Supervisor Zenger, if you'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Can I get a motion to acknowledge the certificate of posting, please?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0. No presentations and recognitions this morning. Department head announcements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we do have an announcement out of the Assessor's Office. I'd like to invite up Tom Slavich.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tom Slavich, County Assessor. Today, I've got some sad news to report. One of our retirees, Roy Lewis, he was the retired assistant assessor, passed away in November. He was 86 years old. He worked for the assessor's office for over 55 years in total. He was really a dedicated employee. He actually started in 1962 during the construction of the Hall of Records building, if you can believe that or not. So he was there for that. He worked as an appraiser, was promoted to chief appraiser, and then he actually became the assistant assessor. He also had the opportunity to become the assessor. In the late 60s, Joe Rianda was the county assessor, and he passed away. So the supervisors kind of came up to Roy and said, hey, would you like to be the assessor? And Roy said, no. Reason being, I asked him later, why'd you turn it down? He goes, well, they offered me the position, but they also offered me a 10% pay cut. So I said, not going to take it. He had such a great knowledge of the county, especially down in South County where he grew up. He really knew that area like the back of his hand. He knew all the ranches, all the farmers. He could tell you how big a ranch was, what that ranch was producing or growing. He also had really a vast knowledge of property taxation and appraisal practices. He was really the teacher and the mentor for the office, including myself. He basically supervised the appraisal staff, which he loved doing. And, he did the complex appraisals, whether it be commercial, industrial, ag, Williamson Act properties, mineral rights, possessory interests. He did all of that, and he actually taught it to everybody. He really had a great wit about him and an excellent memory. One of the things I learned about him was that in private life, he actually loved to travel, and he actually traveled the entire United States, and most of the time by car, if you can believe that. And he actually drove to Alaska twice, and he would always tell me, if you drive to Alaska, be prepared for a cracked windshield or chips on your paint, because it's pretty much a gravel road on the highway going up. But anyways, we're going to miss Roy, and I just want to express my condolences to his wife, Carol, and his family. So thank you for the opportunity to mention him.
Thank you, Tom. I just want to say one thought from the administrative office. I just want to thank all the staff's work for this year. Tremendous amount of work. Feels like we just started in January. The year has gone by so fast. So, I just want to thank all of staff, and hopefully everyone has a pleasant time off coming up here in the next couple of weeks. And just want to thank everyone for all the hard work this year.
Thank you. Do we have a roads update?
We're now going to invite Steve Loop, to do our roads update.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors and members of the public. Go through roads update for the past week or so. So we finished the striping project, and I have to check and make sure all the signs were installed properly, but hopefully some folks have some nice new stripes and reflectors on their roads. So we're excited about that. Hopefully we get to do more this upcoming year. Also want to thank the Board of Supervisors for allocating the $450,000 from ARPA to pothole repairs. I've already reached out to one contractor. We're going to have 2 contractors implement the potholes. We're going to have one contractor kind of focus on the North County and one on the South County, so that will cover all districts. And so I just have to reach out to the second contractor, and I meet with the road crew tomorrow morning to go over some of the priorities that they have for roads. I already know quite a few. If any of the supervisors want to email me directly about roads that you get more calls on than others, please do, and we can prioritize that $450,000 of pothole work, which is going to be allow us to able to accomplish a lot. So a few other things going on. We do have a crew, contractors back to work today over at Carr Avenue, going through some punch list items, and then we're probably actually going to be doing a little more paving, either right before the holiday or after the holiday. So try to get most of those items buttoned up on Carr Avenue and Anzar Road. Also, a bit of good news on Anzar, working with Granite Rock. The company, they worked with us to install a release flooding pipe mechanism. There's a low spot on Anzar Road, kind of near Aramitas Road. And so pretty sure they're finished. I was out there last week, and they were digging about 12 feet deep with this pipe. And so I'll check to see if that's finished. But thank you to Granite Rock for teaming with the county and contributing a lot of resources towards that project. Let's see. We've finished installing some pipes along Fairview Road north of Santana Ranch on the east side of Fairview to allow that drainage to flow better during the storm event. We're also about 2/3 finished with cleaning out the roadside ditch there. And so we're down to the last driveway before the creek, and we'll be taking the ditch towards the creek and rerouting it away from the San Benito County Water District vault, because Mother Nature's kind of routed it right towards the vault, and it's kind of starting to erode away the vault. And so when we regrade that ditch, we're going to change that alignment just a tiny bit, and then we're going to stop short of the creek. So the creek will have the same outfall location. Let's see. As of tomorrow, all the debris piles in the segment of Pacheco Creek between San Felipe and Lover's Lane will be removed. Now we just have to work with our fire department to start burning the piles, whether it's now or in the springtime. But I was just out there this morning, and lots of big debris piles out there, which is encouraging. And then we are going to be, for safety reasons, we're going to be shifting some funds that were allocated in District 2 from a couple projects that were slated to happen sooner. We're going to maybe push those till later, and we're going to focus those funds on San Juan Highway. So I'll be working with our designers to especially focus on the area near Anzar School. And the pavement there is really deteriorating, and so we're going to focus those funds on that effort, as well as maybe continuing the striping down San Juan Highway towards San Juan Batista. And that is the roads update for this morning, so I'll pause for questions.
Thank you, Steve. Everybody good?
I
Okay.
have a question, actually.
Oh, okay, Supervisor Zinger?
Thanks, Steve. Just question on the striping efforts on Santa Ana. Is that, are we done striping there? What's the story there?
Yes, we've used up all the funds for Santa Ana. I know there's a segment, actually 2 segments on each side of there's 2 more segments we could do, but we're finished for now. So if we're gonna do more, we're gonna have to allocate some more funding to Santa Ana. So.
Okay, just checking. Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. The next item I have on my list here is the future agenda items. I'll be really brief with this one. As you noticed, there are 4 items highlighted in yellow, so we're knocking off some items today, as well as we've been working diligently on encampments and also the purchasing policy. So we'll be coming back to you in January timeframe. So most of this will be wrapped up in the next meeting or 2. So I just wanted to let the board know that. Thank you. Now it's back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Board announcements? Anyone have board announcements?
Sure thing, Madam Chair.
Supervisor
be quick.
Kozmicki?
Yeah, so I appreciate what I just heard from on the roads. That's something that's a big deal, and so yeah, thank you for that. And then just want to mention the employee appreciation luncheon went really well. It was a good opportunity again to get our employees together and say thanks. And as I've said before, hopefully this is just the beginning, and we continue to keep the momentum going when it comes to providing a team atmosphere for our employees. Went to the ribbon cutting for the new San Juan Bautista mural under the Washington Street underpass in San Juan. Congrats to the Arts Council and all the partners involved with that, the artists, Caltrans, and just everybody involved. If you haven't seen it, get out there. It's a really nice piece of art, and another piece to add to the just the artist nature of San Juan Bautista, you could say. Had my meeting with our new lobbyist. I thought that went really well. I know everybody did those as well. Attended the Latino Coalition housing session last week. It was very, very insightful. And intergovernmental, we had a really productive conversation on traffic enforcement. So I just want to publicly thank the Sheriff Taylor, Chief Reynoso, and the unfortunately departing CHP Captain who is leaving, and I appreciate all their, they were very engaging and understanding of all the concerns, and we're hoping to make some movement there as well. And then I want to request that in light of what our assessor said, I want to request that we close the meeting in honor of Roy Lewis, the retired assistant auditor and former chief appraiser of Samuel County. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kozmicki. Supervisor Curl?
Supervisor Kozmicki kind of covered a lot of the things we kind of did together this last week. The one thing I do want to bring up from intergovernmental is we did have a presentation from our senior council and area aging group, the AAA, and they went through the master plan of aging local playbook, and we want everyone to know that there is a target for a summit in May of 2024 that will be happening at the Epic Center. And I'm very supportive and very happy to be representing San Benito County at the Tri-County Senior Council and AAA event, which will be tomorrow, and supporting the needs of our seniors. So if there is anyone out there that would like to talk to me before tomorrow's presentation that I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be on a panel. I would be more than happy. I've talked to so many people about what the challenges are in our senior community that I feel like I have a pretty good grasp. Supervisor Gonzalez has been really helpful in educating me of where our challenges have been. Besides that, I totally agree with the closing of the meeting in honor of the former assistant assessor. And I just want to say to everyone, if I don't get in touch with you or am able to see you before the holidays, have a very wonderful holiday season. I'm very grateful to all of our county employees, especially if you came out and won any of the prizes from the employee appreciation. It was very exciting. I mean, we gave away some really cool stuff, so I really want to thank staff for all their hard work this year, especially administration and the clerk of the board staff. You guys have been incredible to work with, so thank you so much.
Supervisor Zenger?
Thank you. Likewise, a lot of what was already said was what I was planning on saying, but I do want to stress that people should go check out the art project at the Washington Street underpass. It's very, very cool. I was happy to go to the ceremony there. It's great to see stuff like that happening, and I hope we get more of that. We had a CSA meeting for Santa Ana Estates last week. And so I just want to encourage everyone, when you get an email about the meetings, just to try to go to them as much as you can. Linda Young will be emailing everyone in the CSAs at some point about meeting, and they're very informative and productive, so I'd recommend going. Other than that, I went to the RCRC Board of Directors meeting in Sacramento this week. We learned about a lot of stuff that might happen, but I don't really want to report on anything because we're still kind of in limbo with a lot of the issues. But we heard from the Cal OES president or director, I believe. And so we got some information for the upcoming winter, what they're going to be seeking to do, and how we can reach out to them and things like that. I think that's about it. Just, yeah, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Thank you. Yeah, I went to a lot of the same events as have been previous speakers have already said. I did really enjoy, and I'm really excited about our new lobbyist, John Arriaga, and so I'm really excited to see what's in store for us this next year. And I think we're all kind of working towards kind of a common goal and being very, very strategic. So hopefully we'll be able to get some additional funding and really get some projects done here. And just want to wish everybody a happy holidays. I can't believe it's already been a year that I've been sitting here. So thank you. It's been a pleasure to be here, and I look forward to next year. So moving on, do we have any public comment this morning?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Alberto Arevalo.
Good morning. My name is Alberto Arevalo. I've been a long time resident. Well, I was born and raised here. I left for a while to go to college, but there's been a lot of misinformation. Here, I'll read this. And rumors swirling around about what happened to our Stop Strada Verde sign, so I wanted to set the record straight. When the signs first went missing, Frank Berrigan and I decided to put tracking devices on them so we could find out who in this county would be stealing the signs that were all put in public and around the county. To our amazement and astonishment, we discovered that they were all at Anthony Botello's house, and we couldn't believe it. When we confronted him about it, why he stole our signs, his response took our breath away. He said he did it because he was paid to do it. A former elected official in this county that I have lived in all my life openly admitted to stealing someone else's property, but then proudly claimed that he did it because someone paid him to do it. What a shameful act. I don't know about you guys, but I mean, we were taught differently. Of course, after Mr. Botello had time to think further about this, and when he was confronted about the sheriff, the story changed. But any way you slice it, stealing is stealing. That's one of the most basic things we all are taught as children, and we teach our children, and in part to their children. But of course, we all know that former Supervisor Botello's actions weren't just about stealing signs. It was much bigger than that. He has been trying to actually suppress information that educates the public about the real truths about the Strada Verde project for years, since he's been sitting up there as a supervisor. He doesn't want anybody to know that this project is dangerous and would have huge negative effects on this county for generations. Well, at least there's one good thing that came out of our signs being stolen by Botello's actions. Everyone now knows what the real intentions have been for years, and that he will do literally anything to hide the truth and start a Verde project for my fellow San Benito County residents. Thank you so much.
Next in chambers, Mariana Barragan.
Good morning. My name is Marina Barragan. I would like to ask this board to look into the activities of former Supervisor Anthony Botello. Mr. Botello was an active supporter of the Strada Verde project while he was on this board. It was obvious at the time that he helped suppress a study about a harm of putting urban development right next to the Tricol chemical plant. It was only through the acts of then candidate and now Supervisor Colin Kaminsky that this damaging study was released to the public. To no one's surprise, Mr. Botello went to work for the Strata Verde developer right after leaving this board. At the very least, this is a major conflict of interest and a huge betrayal of the public trust. Recently, Mr. Botello was caught red-handed stealing anti-Strata Verde signs and was only forced to admit he stole the tracking once tracking devices traced them to his house. This justification for his actions at the time was that the signs told lies about the Strata Verde project. He can try to dress his actions up after the fact as a community service, but taking things that don't belong to you and hiding them in your garage is stealing, period. It is obvious that Mr. Botello's recent actions are not just about the signs. He and the Newport Pacific developer have been deceiving the public about every aspect of Strata Verde project for years, and this is just one more example of that. This board should pass a resolution condemning Mr. Botello's actions. This board should also conduct a full inquiry into Mr. Botello's actions behind project for years, and this is just one more example of that. This board should pass a resolution condemning Mr. Botello's actions. The voters rejected this project by a landslide, yet you've looked the other way while representatives of this project continue to illegally and irresponsibly listen to the voters or face the consequences.
Maureen Nelson.
Good morning, Board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you, and happy holidays coming up. So I'm here to talk about the John Smith Road landfill proposition, and I'm begging and asking for you to seriously look at the cost-benefit analysis and the harm to this community and your citizens that you represent. The Planning Commission will be bringing up the John Smith landfill project on January 31st, and afterwards it will come to the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors will be approving a redesignation of land use. We currently have 14 years availability for the John Smith Road landfill for in-county use only. We would have had another 34 years had we not allowed out-of-county waste to be deposited within our landfill. So now's not the time to cry over spilt milk of what we could have had and what we do have. Now is the time for action. Society needs to change. The world needs to change. We can change our county now. We need to teach people how to reduce what they're throwing away. Not everything going into the landfill is trash. As we reduce our trash input, we lengthen the time that is available to us. 14 years seems like a short time. You look at your children and you say, wow, they've grown up so quickly. I don't know what happened in those 14 years. We can know what's happening. We can make a difference. And it's up to you to lead us, to help us, to instigate change within our county. We can do it. It is foreseeable, it is probable, and we don't need to be ruled by out-of-county waste and by the second largest waste hauler in the United States, $9.3 billion revenue in 2021. We're not playing with the little guys, we're playing with the big boys. But we are a county of our own, and we are represented by you here at this Diaz. And we respect your authority, and we honor it, and we hope that you listen to your city and county residents and understand the ramifications of what we're dealing with. Are we here for your county, our county, or are we here for other counties, the majority of which is coming from the Silicon Valley? Over 80% currently of the waste, previously when it was open, was Silicon Valley. With the expansion, it will be over 90%. For a 10% share, are we willing to take this environmental risk, this social injustice? I beg you to pay attention, as you have been, and vote with your heart and your mind. Thank you.
On Zoom, I have Valerie Eglin. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Yesterday, at the Epicenter, there was a workshop put on by the Federal Highways dealing with the Pinnacles National Park. It was called Blueprint for Access Communities. And I will just reiterate the talking points that they went over during this meeting. The specific challenges, barriers certain groups encounter accessing the park. That was an issue. How the local community currently uses the park and its amenities or not, and why. Community needs when creating recommendations and strategies to improve park access. How we can improve connectivity, accessibility, and belonging to our communities to the park. Improving bicycle, pedestrian, and transit connections to the park, local transportation priorities and projects that might impact access to the park, and potential partnerships within the community to improve the access to the Pinnacles National Park. And one of the leading issues is that statistically, local people are not, in some cases, even aware of our Pinnacles National Park for recreation purposes. And so they are not accessing the park or finding their way there. And one of the leading points in the meeting or the outcomes was advertising, that even the national park itself is not able to put out enough advertising to bring people's awareness of the park to use it. But it comes back to our own county parks, in that if we have shuttle service from our county parks out to the Pinnacles, this is a plus. But we need to improve our own county parks in light of the difficulty that the Pinnacles are having as well. If we as a county cannot advertise our own parks to incentivize our local community to have better health and exercise opportunities, then we're falling short. We put in millions into our health and human services, and we do not give enough emphasis in the community to accessing parks, getting exercise, and living a healthy life in order to combat diabetes and other situations like gang involvement in the community. So,
Chambers, we also have Elia Salinas.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. It would have been great to actually see Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Zanger at the meeting yesterday. It was very informative, and what the issues are, and I know that they want to push for this to be a gateway, so it's very, very informative, and I hope they can go out and get more information. Strada Verde, the people against Strada Verde wouldn't know the truth if they hit them in the face. It is just propaganda. It's all lies against the project that would benefit San Benito County. And it's really curious to know as to what is the reason they're spending so much time and money to put out illegal signs on public right-of-way for a project that we don't even know what's going to happen to, because right now it's just at a standstill. Gas prices in San Benito County are very expensive, up to $1. I save $1 per gallon by putting gas in Morgan Hill Safeway as opposed to putting gasoline at the Hollister Safeway. What can the city of Hollister and San Benito County Board of Supervisors do to help the citizens here in our county to pay gas? Because they're not buying gas in San Benito County, nor am I, and that is less Measure G funds going in to fix the roads. So if you're not going to put back gas in San Benito County, do not complain about the conditions of the roads. Amazon DMV fees. How can we find out if those trucks that are running out of the Hollister satellite office, or whatever you want to call this warehouse, are they registered in San Benito County, and are we getting DMV fees? I don't know if you know that Hazel Hawkins Hospital was to receive $10 million from the state for distressed hospitals. At the bankruptcy hearing last Monday, I heard the interim CEO, Mary Casillas, claim that they did not and are not getting the $10 million because they filed for bankruptcy. And if you look at the numbers, she is off by millions and millions of dollars of what she reported, both in the bankruptcy filings and in the bankruptcy filings and in the state distressed grant funds. So please pay attention to that. I would like for San Benito County supervisors to think about the idea of actually giving recognition to long-term employees in San Benito County. I've never seen that. A mark of maybe 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, something to acknowledge that the fact that they've been here for a long period of time, and give them some kind of a recognition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also in chambers, Rudy Pica.
Hey, Board of Supervisors and denizens of San Benito County and Hollister, the small town turned big city overnight. Hey, a message of thanks, praise, and some holiday cheer, right? Hey, I just want to thank the supervisors and the county for those roadway improvements we heard about earlier in the meeting. They're going to make things so much safer. Motoring is going to be so much better through the Fairview and Santa Ana corridor. And I mean, my dad was struck by a motorist going southbound on Fairview, not yielding for that red light that you guys put in all of those years ago. Struck my father when they're trying to go to the west, right? So southbound to the west on that quick turn. So he was struck. So I think the marking is going to make things safer quite a bit for the motorists in that area. Secondly, folks that live in the Fairview corridor have been, working with you guys, and we've really wanted to improve the drainage on that whole eastern side of the road. So thank you so much for putting some time and energy into that. It's going to make us less cringy when Lee Solomon, or is it Jim Vanders one, I can't remember, says things like atmospheric river. So when we hear that atmospheric river, whether it's Lee or Jim, we're going to be really less cringy. So this is a really good example of the kind of partnership between the public working to get things worked through, and then our leadership really coming through and making things happen. So I'm really encouraged by what's going on there. I kind of mirror what a lot of people think. The John Smith landfill project is super important, and I'm not totally sure what the solution is. Does it need to be 5 times bigger than it is right now? I'm not too sure. Do we need to take in 80% of out-of-town trash? I'm not sure about that either. Does it need to grow? I think it probably does need to grow to some extent. Does it need to go 5 times or maybe twice as big? I don't know, but it leaves a weird taste in my mouth when I think about our already existing traffic woes, and that we want to add water trucks and big, heavy trucks, dump trucks all over our roadways as well. I know they're thinking about parading these trucks down 25, but I just can't wrap my mind around it. I just don't see that happening. I know that the proposed route is probably not, they're saying is not going to be on Fairview, but I really think it's probably going to end up on Fairview. So I'd really like to pump the brakes on that. Let's make some good decisions. If we take more time, we can make decisions that are going to benefit the most people. Hey, it's time for miracles. Happy holidays.
Good morning. My name is Bridget Bowman-Thorpe. I'm District 1. Thank you for letting me speak. I also want to talk about the landfill, and I just want people to understand what the impact will be if, just imagine, use your imagination, if it would get approved, the landfill expansion, you would have 186, between 156 and 186 semis coming on 25. Highway 25 is a 2-lane road coming 25 through your town, idling on every single red light, going by Safeway intersection, going by the hospital. That is the trash haul route recommended by Paul Nelson Waste Connection. This is insanity. You want to ruin your town? That is the best way to ruin your town. I told myself, if this would be possible, because I don't want to see those dump trucks, I will avoid that city. And just imagine, you will have a caravan of 20-ton semi-trucks coming through your town every day. It will be like a coming and going. That's the reality. I mean, figure it out, 150 to 186 semis over an 8-hour period. Commuters leave the town, trash trucks coming to this town. And I ask you, Mindy Sutalo, Angela Q, have you told the people who live on 25 that they are on a designated trash haul route? It's like a nightmare. This can't be happening, not to this town. I mean, it's like you're building an epicenter of, you're in the epicenter of trash. You're building a Mount Crumpet. It is for the next 50 years. Think about the impact. We can do better. I cut my waste down to 50%. My son recycles. The younger generation, they want to be green. They recycle. I believe in the 5 R's. We can do better. That's the future. Oh my God, the best solution is it's a green San Benito County. The Pinnacles, not a trash haul route, not a huge dump. You can go the other way. That's the real future. And again, you know, this diesel trucks that suit on 25 where people live. I mean, I just think about when I'm at Safeway and getting out of Safeway, it's and thinking these dump trucks would pass by with the diesel suit. It gives me nightmares. Thank you.
I have no further public comment.
Thank you. Moving on to consent agenda. Do we have any public comment for consent agenda?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Thank you. Any items that the board would pull? I know that we're going to want to meet the sheriff's new comfort dog, but I'm not pulling that item, but I know that is something I did see him walk in. Is there any other items we want? Supervisor Zanger, you want to start?
Yeah, I'd like to pull 1.5, please.
1.5?
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Kuro, do you have any to pull? No. Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yes, I would like to pull 1.3, please.
1.3? Okay. And Supervisor Gonzalez?
I wanted to pull 1.5, but it's already out. So
1.5 as well? Okay. All right. So, let's see. So we'll be pulling 1.5 and 1.3. Okay, so would someone like to make a motion for approval of all the other items?
I'll move to approve item 1.1 through 1.29 with the exception of 1.3 and 1.5.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0. Can we just approved it, but would you mind coming and introducing your newest member to your office and family, staff?
Oh.
This is Coda. Thank you for approving her to be part of our office. She's made her rounds around the county a little bit so far, and everyone seems to be responding really well, but she'll be put to good use. She's still a baby, so she's not behaving super well right now. She's only 19 weeks old, but we'll continue training her, and she'll be available to everyone in our county and in our staff and with our victims and schools, and it'll be good. So I appreciate you approving that today, because it's a big step for our office for officer wellness and mental health. So thank you. She's tired. Say hi to everybody.
She's pretty cute.
And just again, very grateful to Stouffer's Labs for this donation. We've also had a great partnership with Monkey Tail Ranch, which is also in our community. So Monkey Tail Ranch has also offered wellness dogs to us in the past. But we do have a dog that was donated by Monkey Tail Ranch in our jail who's doing detection work. So we have a black lab in our jail. We have this little white lab puppy for comfort. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Right.
Exciting new addition. Okay, so we will hear item 1.3 and 1.5 after, at the end of the meeting. Moving on to regular agenda, item 2.1, receive a presentation on the March 5th, 2024 presidential primary election, no party preference, crossover ballot, and voting options.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, and members of the public. My name is Ana de Castro, and I'm here on behalf of the Elections Department. And I just want to start by saying that's going to be a really tough act to follow, but I will give it my best. So here we are. So really, I am here to let you know about the, thank you. Here to let you know about what crossover is and what being identified as a no party preference voter means. So when you fill out your voter registration, which looks like this, voters are able to disclose what party they would like to be affiliated with. Now, if no party is selected, then you would become known as a no party preference or MPP, as you might commonly be hearing from either an election staff or someone in the community. When that happens, and especially with the upcoming March 5th, 2024 election, where you would be voting on party lines for the presidential contest, it is important to let us know what you would like to do. So if you're MPP, that means you have the ability to cross over. And the very first thing we did to distribute information on this is on your screen, and I also have a pamphlet here. This was mailed out to every household in the county, and it gives you information as to why there is crossover being allowed during this upcoming election. There are 3 different parties that are allowing crossovers, which includes the American Independent Party, the Democratic Party, and Libertarian Party. So if you are identified as an MPP, you're able to cross over just for this upcoming election and vote under any of those 3 parties. Now, if you are not under any of those 3 and would like to vote for any other party, you are able to re-register. That is an option that is given, so you don't have to necessarily be MPP to vote on any of these parties. But if you are under MPP and would like to vote for any of these, another party that is not these 3 listed, you would need to also re-register. So all of that information, that is why we included the QR code to re-register, and we also included the information as to where you are able to go to the vote centers and drop boxes, and including our satellite office for the March 5th, 2024 election. So that's the information that was shared to each household in the county. In addition, we did an additional mailer to all of our no party preference voters that looks like this. So it's yellow, nice and bright, to distinguish everything from the holiday mail, and hopefully it doesn't get lost in the mail. And so on here, this is the crossover application. So if you were identified as MPP, you're able to let us know on here what you would like to do. So we listed the 4 different parties on there, or the three different parties that you're able to cross over. We would need a signature and it being returned to us. This is tearable, so voters are able to tear it off and then just mail off this section here. Or they can visit us at our new location at 1601 Lana Way. So, and if we would need this postcard back by January 5th. If you don't make that deadline, that's okay. You can still visit one of our vote centers and we'll be happy to help you. You will be asked to fill out a application, no party preference application, to let us know what ballot you would like. So there's plenty of options for our over 6,000 no party preference registered voters for them to do. So we welcome them to visit us. We welcome them to call us and ask any questions at 831-636-4016 to visit our website, and we can give them all of the options needed. And I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Anna, for all the information. Do we have any public comment on this item?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Curro?
You can't get away from me when it comes to this topic. I want to just clarify because in the past, crossover voting was for the office of president only, and it did not include crossing over for central committee. Is that still correct? So if you are not affiliated with a political party, the central committee will not show on your crossover ballot.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, if you choose to vote for central committee, you would have to register within that party for them to see it on their ballot.
Yes, you would need to fully register under that party to see those central committees.
And you can still register on election day if you choose to. So it's not like it's just if you're voting by mail and you are not voting at a vote center, you would need to re-register in order to have central committee on your ballot along with president, or crossover and only have president.
Yes, correct. Yes, so we encourage all voters to please fill out your, whatever steps you would like to take, either re-register or crossover if you only want to see the presidential candidates on there before the January 5th deadline. That ensures that you get your ballot at home and you have more time to review it, and you can still decide to either vote by mail or come to a vote center to vote in person.
And the reason why it's January 5th for that is because that's when you're actually sending data to the vendors for mailing. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. We send it pretty early. Now, there's still time. We can still mail you a ballot at home in the mail. However, it would be much more efficient for us because once we have to re-mail you one, it costs anywhere between $7 to $10 per voter. So please help us save some money and do it as early as you can.
Thank you. I wanted to just clarify that. The only other thing I want to make note of is your beautiful little symbol. So how do voters ensure that the mail that they're receiving is from your office?
Yes, thank you. So we do have under or above all of our election mail, and actually it's right here on your screen as well. And it's listed like this. It says election mail on there. All official election mail will look just like that.
That can't be used for campaigns.
No.
That can't be used for any
No.
political purposes. Only your office. That's how you know it's from you.
Yes,
Okay.
only for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all that information. Any other comments or questions? No? Thank you very much, Anna.
Yeah, thank you. Anytime. Appreciate it.
Okay, next up is item 2.2, receive a presentation from Behavioral Health summarizing the new legislative changes made to Welfare and Institution Code, Section Code 5008.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I wanted to thank Chair Sotelo and Supervisor Zanger. They are members of our Behavioral Health Board, and I presented this information to the board, and they asked that it be removed from a consent item to a regular item so we could share this information with members of the public and members of the community. So today I'll be providing an overview of Senate Bill 43 along with a proposed recommendation that we adopt a resolution to delay implementation in San Benito County. And I'm Dana Edgell, the Behavioral Health Director. A little nervous, so I just want to, this Senate bill will make changes to the Lanterman-Petras Short Act, or LPS. You have a lot of information in your packet, and don't worry, I'm not going to read it all over to you, but it is important information for everyone to have because it's a little complicated and there are implications for individuals that are experiencing really severe and acute mental health and substance use disorder conditions. So LPS was enacted quite a while ago to really put in protections for individuals who are experiencing really extreme mental health conditions. It provides a process so that those individuals can be assessed and potentially involuntarily detained and or placed on conservatorship. And it's important to emphasize that when individuals are placed on conservatorship and or involuntarily detained, that they are losing their rights to make decisions for themselves. So this only comes into play under very specific circumstances. So currently, California law allows police officers and mental health professionals who have the training and experience to assess and then take individuals into custody when they have been found to have a reasonable likelihood that they are a danger to themselves, to someone else, or they cannot take care of themselves because of a mental health condition. So that is currently what is in place in California. So this Senate bill is proposing to make changes to the existing LPS law. So a bit of a summary of the significant changes. So the main thing that this law will change is that it will expand criteria for individuals to be considered as gravely disabled if they are experiencing a standalone severe substance use disorder and or a co-occurring substance use and mental health disorder. So previously, it was only related to a mental health condition. Now, while equity is hugely important, and we don't want individuals who are suffering from substance use disorders to not get the care and treatment that they need, however, there are problems with how the law is set up regarding the infrastructure that we need to have in place, and we'll review that in a few slides. So there's some other caveats as well, so that an individual could be placed involuntarily based on their need for basic medical care. So this law says that if as a result of your substance use disorder condition that you are not taking care of your basic medical needs, you could be held involuntarily. And there's a couple of other things. It modifies hearsay evidentiary standards for conservatorship hearings to expand the array of testimony that can be submitted into conservatorship proceedings without requiring in-person cross-examination. So I had to read that one because I'm not a lawyer, but basically that's saying that's a little bit problematic. So somebody can provide information saying somebody should be conserved, and then they don't have to be cross-examined. So that's really not to the benefit of the individual where that information is being brought forward. It does require counties to consider less restrictive alternatives, and we are already doing that. So assisted outpatient treatment and care court, those will be rolling out, and we already do consider these options. And I really want to emphasize that we really try really hard to engage folks in voluntary treatment, because when we involuntarily force folks into treatment, there's just a lot of complications. So we're doing whatever we can to help folks get into treatment on their own volition. So some other key issues. Senate Bill 43 has not come with any state funding. So counties will have to cover all implementation and related costs. However, on a positive note, and why I'm here today to discuss this with you all, is that Senate Bill 43 allows counties to delay implementation until January of 2026. And the California Behavioral Health Directors Association along with many counties in California, are all pretty much in alignment, and many folks are going to their board of supervisors, just like I am here today. I think to date there's over 25 counties. However, the majority are going to request resolutions from their boards in the month of December. So just a couple of other key issues. If conservatorship is expanded in this way, there's an estimation that it will increase from about 1% of the population to about 10%. So that's quite a significant number. In addition, there isn't any process or assessment currently that exists to provide guidance to the mental health clinicians, to the medical professionals, to our peace officers, our law enforcement. CODA maybe could be of help someday. But right now, there's no assessment criteria, there's no process. So folks won't know what to do in order to assess and properly diagnose and establish this criteria. So counties will need to develop everything that's needed for this process to happen. We're also really concerned about what's going to happen to our local hospitals and emergency rooms. So when an individual is taken into custody and they're awaiting assessment and care, they're often taken to emergency rooms. And because there are currently no locked treatment facilities and really a very limited capacity on the residential side for substance use disorders, individuals will be boarding. That means that they're in the emergency rooms awaiting placement. This already currently happens related to mental health conditions, and so if this law is enacted, there will likely be increased burden. I just will say that because it's a burden both for the individuals that are awaiting care and placement, as well as on our hospital staff and medical staff if folks are awaiting care. And so I just mentioned there really is a lack in California for treatment facilities for treating severe substance use disorder, and currently there are no locked treatment facilities. And as well, there is no currently established clinical standards for determining when to also end the involuntary treatment. Just a couple things, as I mentioned, there is no new state funding, and so the state right now pays nothing towards public guardians, funding for designated individuals to conduct these assessments, or the patient's right advocates that are really needed to ensure that individuals who are going through these processes are represented. And we also have some concerns about how to really bring all of this into play, including considering what it means when an individual can't meet their basic medical needs. And it's also problematic because there is no reimbursement for long-term residential and inpatient drug treatment under Medi-Cal. And that is really one of our primary funding sources for mental health and substance use disorder treatment. I think I've covered most of these things. Just wanted to make sure that you had the full information. So just additional fiscal impacts, including parity issues related to commercial insurance. It's just really not there, unfortunately, when it comes to mental health and substance use disorder treatments. So it really is the recommendation that California needs to invest more in consistent, sustainable reimbursement for longer-term residential and inpatient substance use disorder treatment to both prevent the deterioration of individuals and to assist with a long-term treatment and recovery. And unfortunately, this policy allows for policymakers to kind of sidestep that larger structural need along with the need to address long-term housing needs for Californians. So it is a recommendation from CBHDA along with myself and other directors that we consider, and it's up to our board today, we could adopt a resolution to delay the implementation until January of 2026. So with that, I will end my formal presentation. I'll just one last slide. There are some links for additional information for everybody's background.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. Okay, Elias Salinas.
Okay, board members, so most of you are too young to remember that once Ronald Reagan was our governor in the state of California, and this law came into effect in 1967. Now, people were institutionalized by a family member, and people blame Reagan for closing down the state hospitals where they were held, and then they say it rolled out, and that's why we have so many homeless people now that have mental issues, because we no longer have state facilities for this. It wasn't Ronald Reagan that closed down the hospitals. It was actually the attorneys representing the patients because of the abuse of family members putting them into these facilities. Now, we also have Laura's Law, and I came before the board, you were not here, AB 1421, and that's Laura's Law. Similar to this, a person having a meltdown, a 5150 hold, that a family member can decide, not law enforcement, but a family member can decide. So these two are kind of similar. The only difference is now is that I, as a family member, see that my child is having a drug abuse problem, and I want to get him institutionalized. Okay, this is really a hard decision, and it's really tough because now what this is doing, it's literally going back to the 1950s when the laws were there that a family member can institutionalize a family member. We are recycling the exact same law that the ACLU said you cannot do this. So I ask that you hold off on making any decision until you do some homework. Talk to county council, because this is a really expensive decision for San Benito County residents. We don't even know if we're going to have a hospital in 2026. I hope that we will. Right now, when law enforcement takes someone to the hospital, I have been told by law enforcement that they have had to wait there for more than 8 hours until behavioral health shows up at 10 or 11 o'clock the next day to take over, so that deputy can go home and go back and finish their tour or go home. There's a lot to this. It's not a simple yes or no, and you need to do some more research. Thank you.
I have no further public comment.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Zenger?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for explaining all this. And yeah, we mentioned at the meeting to take it off consent, and so we could hear about it. I had a couple questions. So they passed the law, but with that they said, but you can defer it to 2026. Does that indicate that they will be providing some kind of funding in between?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. Hard to say. I mean, there's a lot going on in the behavioral health world, but right now there is no clear funding that has been identified to support this.
Okay, and so what funding would we be looking for if we could have funding? What are we looking for what?
So funding would be really beneficial to create the infrastructure to support the development of the assessment process, the criteria, the certification and training that will need to happen. So behavioral health gets reimbursed when we provide clinical services. However, we don't get reimbursed when we are engaging in other activities such as what I just described. There will be implications potentially also for law enforcement, for our mobile crisis, for our hospitals. Funding really needs to be in place for the treatment capacity. So there's a lot that needs to be in place. So, and again, it's my month 3. I'm getting just more familiar with all of the complicated funding streams, though right now there's no clear dedicated funding to really support all that needs to be in place here. We will likely be able to bill and receive reimbursement for treatment, but going through this process to get someone assessed and conserved really doesn't constitute treatment. So that's the other thing that is problematic.
I see. Okay, and so let's say eventually this, in the future, we implement this and everything like that. So say I understand we're lessening the restrictions essentially to involuntarily detain someone, right? So say we do that, what happens with that person? Where do they go? Where do we detain them to?
So that's the problem, is
Okay.
right now, we don't have options. So if somebody is on the mental health side, when somebody is involuntarily detained, they go to a locked psychiatric facility. And then depending on their needs, there's initially up to 3 days, and then it can be up to 14 days that somebody is held involuntarily. And then we're working really hard to stabilize the person, bring them back to the community. Sometimes folks will need to go to higher levels of care. Those do exist for individuals that have mental health conditions. But right now, on the substance use disorder side, those types of facilities do not exist. So it's a problem across California. I don't know what's going to happen, and that's why kind of on the last summary slide is that there really needs to be more investment from the state. There are facilities who would like to provide more intensive treatment, longer term treatment. Quite frankly, nobody likes to lock anybody up, and we were talking about some other models in other places where folks, even under these conditions, are placed, but they're not locked. So there's just a lot of things that need to be in place so that there are options for individuals who need those higher levels of care.
Okay. Okay. Well, and you said the majority of counties are deferring this, right? Okay. Understood. It's interesting. I think Supervisor Curro will remember we went to the NACO conference. Dr. Drew Pinsky, he's been lobbying the state for this, and he's been speaking all about trying to push this. So can't help but think he has something to do with it. I think I understand. The last question I have is, we can defer up to 2026 if we wanted. Theoretically, could we implement it sometime between, or do we have to wait for January 2026 specifically?
That's a good question. I think that we could propose a resolution to delay, up until, and we can work together to try and establish benchmarks that would help us know if and when when we're ready. So I think we could word that so that the resolution would allow us to delay up until. However, if the board says Behavioral Health County of San Benito, we want this to be implemented sooner, I think you would have the authority to do so. Again, I'm trying to, so I would defer to folks around the languaging of that.
Okay, that's all. I just want to maybe check on. Well, I think it probably wouldn't be a problem, but I just don't want to completely restrict ourselves and shoot ourselves in the foot if something happens, something changes, and we do want to implement this. I don't want to restrict our ability to take care of people like this and deal with situations. And if the state's suggesting this, we'd have to get the criteria and everything, but I just wanted to make sure that we have that option if we wanted to at some point.
Sure.
That's all.
Did you have any comments? Supervisor Curl?
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation and information. It's very helpful. I'm not on the committee, so I have a couple of questions. During this time of the delay, would you be doing a cost analysis of the impact of this program and bringing that back to us to show us the full scale of how this is going to affect us financially?
So I would need to work together with across our county for that, so we could see what we could do locally. I know that there is fiscal modeling happening with CBHTA because it impacts all counties similarly but differently, right? Because everybody's cost and everybody's infrastructure is set up according to each county. So I will work together with the resources that I can to bring a better fiscal picture.
Okay. And then by signing this resolution or authorizing this resolution to be signed by the board, does this lock us into the commitment of this program being effective January 1 of 26, or is there any sort of out? I'm a little concerned.
I don't know of any out.
You don't know of any out. Okay. Thank you, counsel. This is a state mandate that's not being funded yet again, that is going to come onto this county that has limited revenue and limited resources. I would highly recommend that we do a letter or resolution to the legislature and the governor's office to really highlight how this is going to affect our county fiscally, and that we need help. Mental health and substance abuse is a huge issue in not just our county, but across the nation, and we need help to address it. And we can't have the burden put on the back of our residents and then have us lose programs that we need to do for our community that we won't be able to fund. That's my 2 cents. I am a big supporter of mental health and substance abuse services. I have family members that have needed it. It's crucial, but if we don't have the infrastructure and the funding, it's not going to help our community. It's going to hurt our community. That's all I have to say about that, and I do appreciate all the information. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I support Supervisor Curl's recommendation for advocacy for funding. I also would recommend, well, I hope we can bring that back relatively soon. And then I would also recommend we involve our lobbyists along the way here to really strongly lobby the state to fund these mandates. And I agree, it's perpetually frustrating that the state likes to pass these items that, you know, are bold and they are, I think, necessary, but they don't provide funding and they don't provide, you know, they don't seem to understand that counties have varying budget capacities and we don't have really any capacity for this at this time. That said, I do support what the state is trying to do. I don't need to do more research. And I see the impacts every time I drive around and I see people who are incapacitated and they need help, and it is not sympathetic or compassionate to allow somebody to, look, people have the right to do what they want in their own homes as long as it's not criminal behavior. They don't have the right to disrupt society. And that's the difference here that we're talking about. And I've been very frustrated myself when it comes to, since I joined the board, our hands being incredibly tied, for instance, when it comes to homeless residents' behavior and their negative impacts on neighborhoods, on people, the public safety risk that's involved, not only from a criminal element, but from a fire danger element, which is something that we saw, which we've seen over and over again, and we tried to address. And I'm very hopeful that, you know, I think we are, it seems like we are finally getting over the hump from the county level as far as political will. I appreciate that, to finally address that. And so the one question I did have, though, is you mentioned the care court, and you said we're something along the lines of we're preparing to unroll that. I know that the care court, I know it's controversial. It's not controversial for me. And so I'm just wondering, I know we're a small county. Again, it's funding. And larger counties, we were sort of doing the wait and see game when it comes to larger counties unrolling this first and seeing how it works out. Do you have any anticipation of when San Benito County, when care court would find its way to us?
Yes, we have a meeting later today to begin some cross-county discussion around that. I believe our date for implementation will be actually January of I think 2025, but I will get back to you. But we are, yes, I believe we are implementing in the next year, and we're beginning our processes right now. So I think care court will be a really good model to help us understand what needs to be in place. So care court, if I just may real quick, comes into play when an individual has a psychotic disorder. There's certain qualifications, and they're experiencing homelessness and some other factors. So it's very narrow criteria, and it will give us a chance to better understand what processes and infrastructure needs to be in place. We will have options for individuals that are in that situation, because those types of facilities do actually exist. So we're more optimistic, and we could potentially implement care court sooner than January of 2025. It just, we're beginning our process right now to get agreements and everything in place.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
I understand the delay that the state is, looking for us to kind of implement that because of the lack of funding and so forth. When they introduced this policy to CSAC and the Board of Directors, I had some concerns about how it was going to have an impact on our community locally. But I'm still concerned about the individuals that this is designed to assist. And are we going to still be able to provide services to those individuals that need it? If we choose to delay it, will there still be a mechanism to take care of those individuals who are going to need the services?
So right now, we do have voluntary processes. So on a positive note, we do have partners such as Sun Street Centers. Locally, we have they have a residential program for women, and we have an agreement so that individuals can also access their residential care facilities in Salinas and in King City, so in Monterey County, and that gives folks options. There's units for men and women and families. And so we're doing what we can on the voluntary side. This law would have options, you know, on the involuntary side. So
Right.
individuals that can come to behavioral health, we can provide an assessment, we can help folks access care. There was an item on the consent agenda related to Bridges to Housing program that also is expanding services and capacity and housing and sober living environments for individuals. So thank you for approving that. We will, we are in the process of getting things in place. So we are bringing in additional supports and infrastructure and programming for individuals that are experiencing co-occurring mental health and substance use disorders and homelessness.
Okay. And then my only concern is if we do delay this until the 2026, if we have the leeway to implement sooner, if possible, once we figure out whatever the plan is that we need, and then of course the appropriate funding that it's gonna be required. But, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So if we,
I'm sorry.
oh, sorry.
No, go
Did
ahead.
you have
Go ahead.
something?
I don't want to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna share. I completely agree with the supervisors, Supervisor Curl and Supervisor Kosmicki in particular. We really need to address our associations, the legislature, and our advocacy to address this, because ultimately it's going to fall in the general fund. We have, you know, a lot of general fund departments that were just mentioned earlier by Dana that are going to be managing this, and we need to be compensated for that. So it's extremely important. It's another unfunded mandate. We've been talking about that for years now, and it's just we really have to be fast and address this. So I just wanted to share that from admin side. This is really important to defer this and work to get funding for this.
Thank you for that. I agree as well with Supervisor Curro and Supervisor Kosmicki in sending this letter, and I agree involving, I think, our lobbyist is a really great idea. So if we don't defer, it takes effect, what, January 1, 2024?
Yes.
Okay, and so if we don't defer it, we're essentially not dealing with it at all. So by deferring, we're going to kind of put together a better plan, right? Because, I mean, I understand their argument in that it's like, you know, these poor families that are suffering and there's nothing that they can, you know, this gives them another tool of maybe a way to help a loved one or whatever. We're delaying that tool, essentially, right? By, I mean, if they want to go voluntarily, they can, but anything with substance abuse, you can't make them do anything. So by delaying, we are essentially taking a tool away from them at the moment, or not giving it to them, I guess, right? There's more to come, but we don't have things in place to even make it a success. So you give them a tool that there's nothing to implement to make any bit of difference. It's kind of just, well, we're going to do this, but there's no plan. Right. So essentially by deferring this, we have 2 years to put together a plan, countywide and statewide, and advocate for funding, push back on the state, get our organizations and all of that. So I don't want to seem like we don't care, because it's something that is incredibly important to me. We have lost loved ones to overdoses, and so it means a lot to me, and it's not that I don't care. It's almost that I care so much that I want to make sure that we do this right. And so I would be in favor of deferring, but also adding And, you know, I would be definitely open to kind of the resolution saying, you know, up to January 2026, if there was something that, you know, we felt in a year and a half from now, that we could do something like that. But I also would be really in favor of a letter and doing everything that we can to really, when we roll out, that we really roll out a successful program.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I have a question.
yeah.
Thank you. If we wanted, could we just not defer and then not do anything until we wanted, or does
No,
what does it mean?
It
when-
starts
does that-
January 1st,
Yeah,
2024.
I understand it starts, but what does that necessarily mean? If we don't even have criteria, nothing will be starting, right?
You know, I'm not 100% sure. I'll be very honest. I'm a very transparent person. We would be under obligation to enact the law.
I see.
So individuals that are, could be picked up by law enforcement, brought to our local emergency department, and they will likely be there for a very long time because we will have nowhere for them to go. That's the unfortunate side, and this will also impact youth. And I've known of situations from where I came from previously where youth were boarding in emergency rooms. It's not a good place for them. So this isn't just individuals that are experiencing extreme conditions and are experiencing homelessness. This could potentially affect our youth and our young adults who will be involuntarily detained for lengthy amounts of time boarding in our emergency rooms. I don't know of any other option in terms of what we would do, to be quite honest with you. So it's hard for me to say, which is why I'm here with you.
And then with that, we would bear the cost of all of that as well, right? Okay. Any other comments or questions for Dana? Okay, so heavy topic. What is the will of the board on this one?
I'll move to approve as recommended.
I'll second. Can I second with a friendly amendment that the letter and the advocacy is part of this?
Yeah.
Okay, I second.
And is it clear that
and-
up to the 20?
Yeah, and we can come back. We can make that.
Okay,
If
so
we
we
guys,
have a
if
first
we
and a
if we have our
second.
ducks in a row, we can come back and request a change and implement it before then.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? 5-0. Thank you very much, Dana. At this time, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess.
I haven't been sleeping much lately. It's 2-year-old.
Give people a second to get seated. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to item 2.3. We're going to receive an informational presentation regarding the status of the Santana Ranch drainage ponds.
All right, good morning again. Steve Loop, Public Works Administrator. We'll be discussing the drainage status over at Santana Ranch, which is located on the east side of Fairview Road near Hillcrest Avenue. So first, I'll talk about discuss real quick what our county code says. Then we'll discuss what the State Water Board permit is for that development. And then finally, we'll provide you with the pond status for the drainage ponds at Santana Ranch. So, county codes and policies. Our county, like most counties in the state, basically we require that the allowable discharge from a development, it's limited to the 10-year storm event pre-development discharge or the downstream channel capacity, whichever is lesser. By a 10-year event is essentially, it's a storm that has a 10% chance of occurring in any given year, just based on historical data. And pre-development discharge essentially means before the project was built, there was hills and grass and dirt and those type of things. And so the designers for the Santana Ranch team, they say, okay, the runoff for hillsides is, maybe 20-30%, and the rest percolates, as opposed to, say, it was all concrete before Santana Ranch got there. If it was all concrete, then it would be almost 100% runoff. Well, for a pre-development rate, it was hills, and so they take a calculation. They say, okay, for this storm event, we'll talk about the state storm event, they say, what was the pre-development runoff for that event? So some of it ran off, a lot of it percolated because it's just dirt and undeveloped type things. And then they calculate what they have to retain, which is the post-development runoff. So once the Santana Ranch or development's built and there's more impervious area, asphalt, concrete, they say, okay, our code at least says you have to hold back that amount in a basin, and you're only allowed to release the pre-development amount that was calculated. So now I'll kind of jump over to what the State Water Board permit says for this development. And it's a little bit different than the way counties view runoff. And so this permit says that this development must replicate the pre-project water balance defined as the volume of rainfall that ends up as runoff for the smallest storms up to the 85th percentile storm event. So again, the designers for Santana Ranch, they actually had to look at historical data as much as they could find, and they said of all that data, 85% of the storms brought this much rainfall, call it a little less than 3 inches. And so that was the storm event, and then they have to say, okay, how much of that, a little bit less than 3 inches, or rounded to 3 inches, how much of that ran off before the project was built, and how much percolated? So a little bit of a perhaps misconception was, unless you're in Marina or Seaside, almost all of their water will percolate. Most other places in California have clay and compacted dirt and things, and so you always have some pre-development runoff that's allowed even after the development's constructed. And so for the past year and a half or so, plus or minus, maybe the past 2 years, the Santana Ranch basins have been designed, and I'll kind of give you a little bit of a geography lesson in a minute, they've complied with our county drainage requirements, which is kind of pretty basic. However, the linear basin down off of Fairview, which is just a long basin, it's approximately, 60 feet wide. It's now also in compliance with the state requirements. Then as you head north on Fairview Road over a little past Hillcrest, that Basin B, as of a few months ago, was dug deeper to where it hit some gravel and some type of soil that percolates a little better. So that can handle not only what's been built, but what's going to be built in the future. So Basin B is now in compliance with the state. And now the development is trying to comply with Basin A, which is the basin it's again located on the north end of the project in the middle. It has the beautiful concrete spillway that was constructed, and just kidding. And they've been going back and forth with the state and the design team to get that basin in compliance with their permit. And so as of November, the state said, you guys need to send us, Santana Ranch, need to send us a design, conceptual design, to show us how you're going to meet that requirement of matching the pre-development runoff for the 85th percentile storm. And so Santana Ranch actually provided 2 designs. The one that's being leaned towards is to deepen and widen the basin easterly, so towards the up part of the image, the top part of the image. And that was submitted on time, and now the permit says, okay, or excuse me, the direction from the state says, okay, now, over the next 2 months, the first thing you have to do is present us with a final design that we can review. The state has to approve that. And then once they get through the final design, they have to provide a construction schedule. So, and in between, I take it back. So I've done the conceptual design. The next step is technically the 50% design. So that's within the next month. And then they jump from the 50% a month later to the 100% design. And when they do the 100% design with the state, they also have to provide a construction schedule to the state. And so that's the status of the basins. And before maybe I pause, I'll mention a couple other things that have been requested just for kind of a status update. So down near Basin B, the basin at the northwest corner near a little past Hillcrest, there's a residential area that's required to be developed there, and there's also a neighborhood to the east of that residential area. The rough grading for that area has been approved, and the improvement plans for the neighborhood north of the residential area have also been approved. The commercial area has not been approved. Santana Ranch has been reaching out to a lot of anchor tenants to try to get gain some interest to have a residential anchor commercial type of, a commercial anchor type of, such as Safeway, I'll say, or Nob Hill, or a Costco, or a Walmart, or a, I don't know, Trader Joe's that everybody wants. They're trying to attract one of those folks for the commercial area. Unfortunately, they haven't had anyone commit yet at this point. And so the other piece that's also been approved for rough grading is north of the Basin A. There's a strip that is basically just being used as an access road and some drainage. And so that's been approved for rough grading. The other thing that the county did, county staff reached out to Santana Ranch at the request of some of the residents. We requested to have kind of a linear green buffer zone installed on the northeast portion of the project, which is just dirt at this point. We've seen really no layout. It's just kind of up in the air. It's just the area that's not developed yet, and it's the kind of east of where Basin A is located. I don't know where that's going to go, but we made that request to have a kind of green buffer zone. And another thing to note, on a positive note, is this project has actually built and will build 10% more parks than they're required to build per our specific plan. They built all the parks they have been required to build. The only one that hasn't been constructed is actually on the screen, and it's a linear park that's kind of dividing the northeast quadrant, which is pretty much dirt at this point, from the developed southwest quadrant. So once that greens area has developed, the linear park, their parks will be built out, satisfied 10% more than even our specific, or even our general plan requires. And they also built the community park, which a lot of developers, as you might know, they don't build parks. They just give us the funding to build parks, which usually isn't even enough to build a park. It usually takes a few neighborhoods to build kind of a neighborhood regional park. And so Santana Ranch constructed a community park about a year and a half ago. It looks real nice. And so let's see. I think that's about it for the status of basins and grading and drainage and parks. And if the supervisors have any input, our staff is ready and willing to accept that input in that regard. So I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Do we have any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we have Barbara Schneider. Thank you. Is this for right now, sir? For this item? Oh, okay.
Greetings, Chair and Board. I almost had to rewrite all of this, but I had it rewritten because I feel as though what I hear from the presentation, from what I previewed before I got here, was making excuses for the county planning and the Anderson homes. Well, the first thing that went wrong in this county was you allowed a city subdivision of 1,092 houses to be built in the county, and this should have been annexed into the city before being approved. The standards for this type of development should be much higher. It is absurd that the standards of our county are lower than the state, which is what I've been accused, that the state has so much higher standards. Oh, poor Anderson Homes. Apparently the standards allow Anderson Homes to use my property as a leach field, do damage to my neighborhood properties, and threaten lives. So I'm really upset with that. And in December 2019, the stormwater went around the basin, which was allowed. They hadn't finished the basin. By October, it cut a ravine 7 feet deep and 15 feet wide. The volume of silt and flood waters were deposited on our properties. The flood waters engulfed our property, flooded Mansfield and Fairview Road. We filed for damages and got nothing. My neighbors have also filed for damages, and so far they have nothing. We've all had to repair our houses on our property with our own money. And there's no excuses for what has happened. Excuses don't pay for the damage. We had to pay for them. My neighbors across Fairview Road had a car hydroplaned into their front yard through a brick wall. It's a miracle they lived. They would have ended up in the front room of this house if they hadn't had that wall. The cost of the damage is estimated at $10,000. And this is my final, but I have more to say. There should be no more construction on Santana Ranch until we know that these basins that have been retrofitted actually work, and that the drainage to Santa Ana Creek actually works. I had major points that the state had made about how bad these detention basins were and how much the water they don't retain. Basin A and B to be close, the current retention capacity of Basin A and Basin B to be close to 0. Now, they have retrofitted B, but as we know, A is still in flux. Okay, I wish I could agree with, oh boy, okay, I hope the changes will be positive. But I'm tired of Anderson Homes getting all the kudos or doing something right. I'm sorry. We turned them in. The only reason they're getting two. The only reason
Thank you. Unfortunately, we have to cut the public comment. Thank you, though.
Next in chambers, Elias Salinas.
Good morning. Nobody has been more critical in public against Anderson's Homes that I have. And I've been here with regards to Anderson Homes for 7 years. I'm like, how long have I been doing this? Anderson Homes. Every time there was a complaint against Anderson Homes, they were stopped, and they cooperated, and they did what they were supposed to do. Shame on San Benito County for actually not having the same requirements as the state does. And I hope this is a great lesson for San Benito County. Let's do what the state requirements are. That way it is not less than, and we don't fall into what has happened here. I know that the northeast corner neighbors have been having issues, and this person before me spoke, she lives out there, and this is a way that Anderson Homes has been trying to cooperate and get that taken care of. Now, one of the things that was said was the 10-year. And what are the odds for a 10-year? Well, what about the 100-year? What about the 50-year? Okay? And Anderson Homes is complying. Anderson Homes is trying to do the best that they can. And I am here because I am very critical of Anderson Homes, but I also can admit when a corporation or an individual that I complain about is trying to better themselves or better the situation that they have done. Now, let's not have this occur any further by changing our policies and changing the procedures and changing the local rules and policy, whatever it is that I'm trying to say here, requirements. We have the requirements. Don't let this happen again. Go with the state requirements. Nothing can go forward with, especially with the new construction coming in. And it is really silly to say that Anderson Homes, as a county, that they should have been incorporated and annexed into the city. People don't realize that there's a big difference in the money that comes in or the money that we lose in the county when something is annexed into the city. You are here to represent the city, and that is the benefit of what you all have is to, I'm sorry, I said the city, didn't I? You are not here to represent the city. You are here to represent the best interests of the county. So it is policy before personal interests, and do the right thing. Thank you. And this was just a presentation anyway.
Next is Rudy Picha.
Hey there, supervisors and denizens of San Benito County and Hollister, the small town turned big city overnight. It's me, Rudy Pache again. Hey, do you guys remember just a few moments ago when I had all those thanks and praise for fixing those drainage ditches all along the eastern side of Fairview? I meant that. I meant it. It was from the heart. But let's not forget that we kind of had to do that because of some of the quirks and foibles that Anderson Homes has brought to our doorstep, right? So let's not forget that, you know, the Anderson Homes, through the Santana Ranch project, we battled them to build that school. I remember them saying something like, hey, we'll give you the land, you guys go build the school. What? That didn't seem like it was part of the deal. So that was a little bit of a quirk and foible there with Anderson Homes. And that I have it on good authority that they were breaking ground on new homes prior to permits being satisfied, right? So they're breaking ground on new homes before the permits process was through. I mean, just imagine the hubris there, right? I gotta hand it to them. That's a lot of confidence. I don't know if I'd be able to do that. And third in the quirks and foibles Anderson Homes edition is, so I live in this place and I want the betterment of all for people who live here, and I've seen it when this project had only one way in and one way out at that school. Imagine parents, teachers, students all trying to get to the school, and then the people that live in this development are trying to get to and from their homes and get to their places of business. It went on like that for well over a year until, Sunny Slope was the only way in, and they built the one on Hillcrest, right? So when you look at Anderson Homes, I mean, you can say a lot of good things about them, no doubt about it, and they've done a lot of great things, I'm sure. Brought a lot of smiles to a lot of people's when they hand over those keys, people are really happy for the promise of homeownership, especially in a great place like this. But imagine a medical emergency during the time that, the Hillcrest Road access wasn't even there. Imagine a medical emergency happening, right? Then the level of irresponsibility is staggering. And as much as I appreciate this body working with the public to fix that drainage issue, a lot of these problems that are on our doorstep are because of the hubris and the irresponsibility of Anderson Homes. So I really want us to take a keen eye and look at these plans and make sure we get this right, because historically speaking, Anderson Homes has been a dubious partner.
Maureen Nelson.
Good morning again. Like a bad penny, I keep turning up. I live in Santana Ranch. I have to be honest, I didn't know most of anything of what was happening in the area when I moved here. I lived in Santa Cruz County, raising my children for 11 years, but I had moved out of California for 21 years and lived in Boulder, Colorado. Did I say moved out of California or Colorado? Moved out of California. Moved to Colorado and came back, and I've been here for over 4 years, and I'm thrilled to be back, and I'm thrilled to be in San Benito County. As a homeowner in Santana Ranch, I was shocked that we only had one entrance in and out of our community. In case of fire, I might as well just sit down, read a book, and pray to God that I survive, because I would be the last one out, being towards the top of the community, with everybody else trying to evacuate. We now have 2 entrances. Just recently, less than a year. I've been there 4 years. Talked about the parks, and we're told that Anderson was giving 10% more than required. They've given not that many. In their brochures, in their EIR, in the pages that we've seen in past meetings, there were 4 parks noted. 4 parks. We don't have 4 parks. They're not planning 4 parks. Anderson got away with that. Rudy brought up the grading. I noticed that happening. Grading land, moving dirt, changing the topography, changing the saturation ability of our soils before permits were allowed. How does Anderson get away with this? Yes, they're a large corporation in a small county, but that doesn't mean that they can avoid the laws, avoid the rules, avoid what's doing right for the community. So even though they are this large developer in a county of our size, they need to be held accountable. And it is up to you to do that. And we depend upon you, as our Board of Supervisors, to hold them accountable. Yes, I'm a resident in Santana Ranch. No, I'm not moving from Santana Ranch. Am I happy with the way they run business? No. It's my goal to make changes because I am a resident there. And I want to live there, but I want to be in a community that abides by the regulations set forward for other builders, for other areas within our county. Let's hold their feet to the ground and make them do what's right. Thank you.
Bridget.
Hi, I'm also here again, Bridget Bowman-Thorpe. Thank you for giving me the time to speak. I just want to remind the board, that the basins A and basin B and basin A were only, and the linear basin were only retrofitted because of the neighbor's complaint. They didn't do it just because out of goodwill. No, they were required to do because they were fined, and because they caused a huge flood and create a road hazard. So in 2 weeks, I think before Christmas, we'll probably have another atmospheric river, and let's hope and see that these basins are holding and not causing another flood. And again, they need to hold building until this is done the right way. And again, and also I have to say, I live also in Santana Ranch, and I was not notified how, I was not aware how big. I knew it was going to be 1,100 homes, but I didn't know they're going to go so far and how it will affect the neighbors. When you drive on Fairview, on the intersection Hillcrest, I mean, near Barbara Snyder's house, you need to see it. It looks like a huge dam. I was like, her neighborhood is destroyed. It's reckless. So that's all I wanted to say. This developer is not a good neighbor. Thank you.
And I have one on Zoom. Mary, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for taking my call in. I have a cold I'm recovering from. I don't live near that area, but my friend Barbara got me involved a few years ago when there was flooding. And this is even before the massive flood this year. There was water that flowed over her property, her neighbor's property, and of course, the problem was not addressed. I found Mr. Luke's presentation to be extremely rosy. He seems to be a PR person for Santana Ranch almost, and I think that's really inappropriate. He really should be a much more neutral party, really thinking about the interests of the community, not so much Santana Ranch in this case. It's become clear to me since I've been following this for several years now, and it seems like every winter, Barbara and other people who live there tell me about all the flooding. Fairview Road itself is very hazardous. When people share pictures, this is even before the great floods of this year, of flooding on Fairview. As she has pointed out, cars hydroplane when there's that much water. And it is really dangerous. There's been flooding more recently of the trailer park. So many people are affected in that neighborhood. And it's shocking to me that the city has, the county has continued to allow Santana Ranch to move forward, in some cases with new permits, and not stopping them. I know there's a specific plan that was approved some time ago, but I think the county has a right to say, no, you cannot continue with this specific plan. I believe that one of the things that could be helpful, I was reading about this a while ago, cities like San Jose have actually something they call the gold standard. They have a committee, a citizens committee of local residents who are an advisory committee to the county. I know you are all very busy and attending to many other issues, but they have a citizens advisory committee on specific plans so that the citizens can point out these problems and they get addressed before they happen. What's happening here in our county is these problems keep coming up. The flooding seems to get worse, and we know that with climate change, it could continue to get worse, and yet we're never ahead of the problem. We're always trying to fix it afterwards. So I urge you to maybe be more proactive. Consider having an advisory committee of people like Barbara Snyder and others who live in the neighborhood to advise you on what could be done. I think the idea of a buffer zone to prevent all this building all the way up to the edge of the boundary of Santana Ranch, those are good ideas to prevent this overflow of water into surrounding properties. So I hope you'll.
I have no further public comment.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Zanger?
Thank you. Stephen, step up. Thank you. Okay, so I just had a few questions, several questions really. So the linear basin and basin B, which is along Fairview, is that correct? Mm-hmm. When did those become into compliance?
The linear basin was a little over a year ago, and basin B, the grading and design, was just the last few months. But one thing to note is the drainage area to B, there's still a lot of dirt and undeveloped area, so that when it's not in compliance, they're talking about when you build out the area and you have impervious surface, this is what the basin needs to accommodate. So when it's dirt, there's not as much drainage coming to B. But to answer your question, with the state permit, I think they came into compliance just a few months ago on B, and then the linear basin was about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago.
Okay, and so the basin A that's still out of compliance, so there's nothing restricting them from continuing to grade and things like this without being in compliance?
So they're allowed to grade and move dirt around, but we're not allowing them to add any impervious surface. And so even when they're grading, they're putting in inlets and check dams and things to stop the water for just the grading, the moving of dirt. But since 2020 is when I was looking, that's the last time we approved a permit for that added impervious area to Basin A. So since then, there hasn't been any new permits for flows that go to Basin A. So.
Okay, and so is it the tentative map that allows them to, when that's approved, is that when the rough grading starts, or is the improvement plans? I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's the tentative map, and so we look and say, okay, you're moving dirt around, and again, we're not really approving anything permanent, but you're moving dirt around to prepare for lots and things to be constructed, right?
Okay, and so when was the tentative map approved?
2015, 2016, I believe.
Was that by the board at the time, or?
It would be by a planning commission.
Planning commission.
Yeah, and then eventually it might have gone to the board because it's a large project. I'm not sure. So.
Okay, so with the basins, and I know you mentioned you reached out to them about a buffer zone, and you haven't heard back from them, right?
Correct. We haven't seen the proposed layout for that northeast corner yet. That's correct.
Okay, so in the original land use map from 2009, the basins were alongside the north side of the property, sort of acting as a buffer zone, which was great, and that's like a sought after aspect in terms of planning. So those basins were, I guess, moved at some point after it was originally approved with the tentative map. They were moved at that point, and then that was approved by the planning commission.
So there's a few things, but yes, you're correct. The basin B was pretty close to where it is today. Basin A was shifted easterly to the top part of the green strip, and they were close to touching, not quite, in the specific plan. And so Basin A was shifted, I guess. I don't know if that answered your question.
Yeah, well, so now there's houses on the fence line there, and before it was just the linear park and then basin on each side originally, right? In the land use map?
One small addendum to that comment. We were able to work out with them a green strip that connects Basin A and B. It's 25 feet wide. It's a small buffer. It's for a trail. So that's close to the specific plan. There was also a road that was supposed to go there, which is all impervious. That's not going to be there. And then at the northeast corner, it was pretty much always homes from the specific plan to the tentative map. The purple area at the northeast corner was always shown as homes, basically. So.
Right. Yeah. I guess I was talking the more western,
the northwest corner.
Yeah. A more western area. So, and so I just trying to find the change between when there were the basins along the side and then when there wasn't. And so that was, I guess, in 2015 that decision was made to accept that change, getting rid of the buffer zone that the basins acted as.
So I don't know. I wasn't here then, but somewhere between 2015 and 2019, I think the Basin A was shifted a little bit. So. And I think, and I might be wrong on the tentative map. Well, I'll just pause there with that.
So between 2015 and 2019, by the Planning Commission, that would be approved.
The way tentative maps work is the tentative map is essentially your blueprint, but the way the state views a tentative map is you shall be in substantial compliance with that blueprint as you develop your project. And so parts and pieces shift and have shifted, but you have to be in substantial compliance with a tentative map. So.
Right. So I guess who decides the substantive? Who decides that? Seems like a kind of a gray area there. Who would decide whether or not something's in compliance or not?
So county staff. I mean, one thing I think that happened before I was here was the school was supposed to be on the south side of Sunny Slope. They did some geotech tests and some things, and the soil was not good for a school there supposedly, and so they shifted it to the other side of Sunny Slope. That's what I've been told. So that's one reason that puzzle piece moved. And so they submitted county staff, and we have to, I guess, make a judgment on, okay, the school was supposed to be here, and now it's here. Is it still in substantial compliance with the planning documents? So.
I see. And so the basins were in the tentative map. They are not covering that line on the property there, that north side of the property. There's houses in the tentative map shown, which was approved by the planning commission. And the tentative map is just supposed to be in rough compliance with the land use map from 2009. Is that the idea?
So the layers are, we have a general plan, and if a developer wants to come along and do something different than what's shown in the general plan, they have to submit a specific plan and get more specific. And the planning commission and our staff have to review that and say, okay, we'll allow you to do this specific plan if you do X, Y, Z, and that's the first layer. And so then on top of that becomes a tentative map, which adds more specifics to the specific plan. That's the tentative map. And then they go to the improvement plan level, and obviously that's what they build. And so it gets a little more detailed at each level, basically.
I see. And so I guess this might be a question for county council, but since the basins have shifted and there's no longer the buffer zone there that the basins were kind of acting as, is there any grounds the county would have for, I guess, before, because these houses aren't here yet, obviously, for changing that, for putting that back to how it was originally suggested before it was shifted and they put houses on the fence line there? I don't know how we'd go about that, if there's any reasonable, since it's so far out of the land use map, sort of change the project.
Well, that would be a planning decision, and it would have to go through the whole process.
What process?
What he just described.
The whole
it would have to go
redo.
through the planning commission and the whole process of doing maps and specific plans and.
So at this point, it's since the tentative map was approved, is it stuck like that? I guess is what I would ask.
Yes.
Unless.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a bummer. The tentative map was approved when it was changed so much from the land use map in 2009 in a very substantial way. So as far as the Basin A, I get it mixed up. That's the high one, right? That's the north. The Basin A, the east one, being out of compliance. Is the county going to, I guess, issue any kind of permits beyond the rough grading and when that's out of compliance?
Nope, we haven't for the last 2 years, and we'll wait till it gets into compliance before we issue any lot grading or any impervious surface. So.
And is Santana Ranch still trying to come into consensus with the state water board on the amount of water that they're allowed to let out?
They are. They've been drilling, making percolation tests and doing some more borings near Basin A to try to match what the state feels was the pre-development runoff amounts. So they submitted their plan a few weeks ago, and they'll be submitting a 50% plan in the next month, and then a 100% plan about a month after that, and then they'll have to construct what the state has approved. So.
Okay, and so we're assuming they're gonna. I think at one point I heard it was you're gonna start February. Was they're gonna start trying to rebuild Basin A? Is that right? Is that the date?
That might be the tentative goal. I haven't seen their construction schedule, but again, in the next couple of months, they have to present a construction schedule to the state, and the state will say, okay, that's reasonable, or you need to act quicker or not. But I haven't seen the construction schedule. So.
Okay. And then as far as where Basin A drains with the concrete spillway you mentioned, the beautiful spillway onto the neighbor's property. So it sort of turns the neighbor's property into a bit of a swamp where the cattle grazing area is. And so is that something that is just in compliance with us and with the state? That's, I guess, have we given the green light on them to do that?
So one thing we've done is to try to prevent the swamp effect, is we've sealed some of the holes on a riser. So the water goes into the basin, and there was small holes that, per the previous design from their engineers, said, well, these small holes allow water to get into that riser and then go down and out through that spillway, as you just noted. So we've actually, working with the state, we've been sealing up some of those holes so that more water just stays in the basin and is, ideally percolates. So we're trying to help the swamp effect, I guess you'd say.
Right, yeah, because that's, it's a shame for the neighbor that Santana Ranch is turning their property into a swamp. Okay, so nothing else is going to be built until they get in compliance and consensus with the State Water Board. The other issue with the flooding of Santana Ranch, well, first of all, the ditch clearing that we've been seeing is great work. Is that on the county's dime or Santana Ranch's dime?
So Santana Ranch, I think they've given us, I don't know, plus or minus $500,000 for drainage fees, costs, uses, and so that went into the general fund. And so we and the Board of Supervisors said, okay, we need to address this problem, and so we've used some of that fund to do the ditches and the pipes that you're seeing being installed. So.
Okay. So then the other issue, just shifting to the other end of Santana Ranch, water is on Sage Drive on the south end of Santana Ranch. From what I understand, water is going, I think, into a PG&E box and going under Fairview, coming out at a telephone pole on the other side, and the resident that lives over there on Holiday Drive, Don Chapin had to come out and clear out the ditch. Their property is being flooded. So they came and cleaned out a ditch so water could flow from underground, from the telephone pole it's coming out of from Santana Ranch. So it's going Santana Ranch under Fairview, across the street there. And then, and they had Chapin come out, and it was, I think, $8,000 just to clear that trench out. But the CSA for Holiday Drive, Santa Ana Estates, was charged for that, when they feel Anderson Homes should be charged for that, considering they had to do the work because of their flooding. So that's just something that I was hoping we could address at some time in the future, if we could meet about that or something, just because I know that's an issue that.
Yeah, absolutely. We can meet. Please send me an email. I wasn't aware of who was financially, compensating that effort. So yeah, we can work that out to try to make that more fair.
Yeah, it was this. Yeah, CSA. I don't know the number, but Santa Ana State CSA was covering the costs from that flooding that was happening. Okay, that's good for me for now. Thank you.
Did you have anything, Supervisor Crowe?
Supervisor Zanger actually asked us several of the questions I have. The question of substantial compliance, and is the development actually meeting the substantial compliance of the approved tentative map? That's what you and your staff and Abraham's staff do, is make sure it's within substantial compliance?
Correct.
So is it in substantial compliance?
Yes.
It is. Okay. So it matches with the development agreement, and we have no control over how Anderson Homes marketed parks or what was going to be there. We can only enforce what the tentative map was. Is that correct? Do I have that right?
I'm not sure I understand the first part of your question.
Well, that if parks were being on the tentative map, if there were more parks than what we require per our general plan, the planning commissioners approve that with those parks. Is there a reason why we would say that they're within substantial compliance of their map when they're in compliance with our general plan, not the map that was approved by the planning commission?
Well, I'm not sure what they're not in compliance. I'll tell you this. Maybe this will help answer your question. When when the developer, this developer, submits a final map and improvement plans, they give us a binder, and I'm not exaggerating, it's this thick. And what that references is their development agreement. And the development agreement in some places references a tentative map. So we have a meeting, and we go through their binder, because they say we're doing this development agreement, number 5A, parks, da-da-da-da-da. That's how we know that they're in compliance with the parks they were committed to building in the development agreement. So the best answer I can give you is they're in compliance with the development agreement. I don't know if that answers.
Okay, yeah, it does. So the development agreement is what they're building.
Correct.
Okay. When it comes to drainage and our current ordinance on drainage, is there a reason why we are not following California drainage law and being as strict about drainage as the state?
Good question. So most counties, if you think about our county and most counties, whatever the percentage, let's call it 90% is rural. And a very large portion of that 90% will be 5-acre parcels, 10-acre, 100-acre parcels, maybe coming down to 1 or 2 acre parcels. So the drainage requirements for, called a 2 to 100-acre parcel, realistically and reasonably are going to be much different than if you have a Santana Ranch development. And so what I've talked about with the state, because they have a hybrid system in some counties, is for developments, call it more than 100 homes, pick a number. If the county were to approve a development that had more than 100 homes, there's a county, and it was either Monterey or Santa Barbara, don't quote me, but there's a county that has a hybrid drainage requirement. And so for the dense residential or commercial impervious type of development, it's similar to the state's rules, right? If that's not that size, it defaults to county requirements because, well, I'll leave it there if that makes sense.
That makes sense. Is there a reason why we don't, as a body, look at updating our drainage requirements to meet the state's requirements?
I actually have. There's a gentleman named Lucas. He's on the water board. We've discussed it. The state updates their permits every few years, and so I've had that discussion partially because of this type of situation, so we've started that discussion.
Okay, so that's something that we're in the process of looking at.
That's correct.
I think so you stated about the general plan, then the specific plan, the tentative map, but then the improvement map. The improvement map supersedes all the other maps, doesn't it?
It's what's built and what's recorded. So final map is your actual legal lots, and that final map has to also agree with the improvement plans that are constructed. So that's the final step in the process. I don't know if that answers your question.
So the improvement map has been recorded?
For 75% or 60%, for the majority of this, yes. But like for this development and other larger developments, they go in phases. And so I think, they're on kind of phase 8 now out of 11 or 12. So it's in pieces. They get recorded.
Okay, so is there any, and this may be a legal question, and I'm sorry if I'm, is there any authority from the Board of Supervisors to do any changes to a development that was previously approved by the Planning Commission and prior boards and has recorded maps? We can't change anything from that.
Well, the portion that's unbuilt, they'll submit to us. For example, the whole northeast quadrant above the linear park is pretty much just dirt and some grading. They have one, a grading permit for one area. And so I don't think there's, they submit it, we still review. So there's still that opportunity there. I don't know if we can.
We can't force anything, but could we start a conversation?
Some ginormous park, but yeah, I think there's still an opportunity for that quadrant to have input and discussion. Yes.
Okay, I'm all about finding a compromise. So if there's still, I know once it gets to a certain point, you can't, but there's still an opportunity in that area.
With the caveat that, what was the number, 1092, they're allowed to build 1,100 homes, quote unquote, if I'm rounding, those type of things, right?
Gotcha.
So we have to allow them to have room to build that amount of homes, but, so yeah.
Okay, so my last question, and I don't know if it's you or if it's Abraham. So Abraham, I'm sorry if I'm going to make you come up here. permits, starting construction prior to permits, coming from a small little world of construction, it is possible to be doing construction prior to receiving a permit, but there's a reason why. Can you explain that process of why there would be any construction happening before permits are actually issued?
Do you mean construction or grading?
It could be grading. I want to explain that. I want the public to understand. Grading, it could be drainage, it could be, the infrastructure, wastewater, whatever it may be. But those may be separate from the actual physical building permit. And when we say that we're not issuing any more permits, we're not issuing any more construction permits of buildings. I just want to be clear.
Correct. Construction building permits until Basin A is in compliance for the area that drains to Basin A.
So Anderson Homes could be grading, putting in infrastructure underground, could be getting pad ready, but they can't start construction on the actual physical homes until a permit is issued. I just want to make sure we have it clear.
Well, actually, there are instances that don't apply to this project, but in my previous life I could give you some examples. But for Anderson Homes, when they're moving dirt, we tell them you need a permit, and they get a permit so that...
But they get a grading permit separate from a construction permit.
Right. So when
Okay.
they're moving dirt, we want them to have a grading permit. We tell them you have to submit a permit for grading. They submit it, and then that's when they proceed with the grading. For building a street or infrastructure, it's similar. It's called improvement plans.
Mm-hmm.
They submit the improvement plans. They also have to submit a final map typically, and those have to match, and then we review those, and they build the streets and the infrastructure under the streets. And then perhaps what you're saying is, at that point, they've had rough graded lots, and then they start their building permits for homes.
Right.
usually. It's
So
kind
when
of the
we
way it
say
works.
permits are no longer being issued, what type of permits are we talking about? I just want it to be clear.
Building permits, construction, building homes, building permits.
But not grading permits or...
They'll be allowed to move dirt around as long as the dirt isn't affecting drainage in a negative way, and they're correct. They'll be
Okay.
yes.
I just want it to be clear because it's very confusing if you're not from the construction world and understanding it's not just one permit, it's multiple permits. When is this permit actually required? When does it actually get issued? I just wanted it to be clear on that. So thank you. You answered my questions.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Boy, this project is the poster child for why we shouldn't build 1,100 homes in the rural areas miles from city services, isn't it? So I just want to start with the parks. I appreciate having parks. I'm a big advocate for parks. I will say though that, they've got the 1,100 homes approved. So putting in parks, themselves actually probably is a benefit to them because it's probably cheaper than through the private sector than the public sector, and property values are going to be positively impacted, I would assume, by having a nice park there. So just want to put that out there. I also agree with the speakers and some supervisors about that it's pretty astonishing that we have lower standards for drainage than the state, and I would like to see us revisit that and consider whether it's appropriate to have potentially stricter standards than the state. Our standards should be accommodating to our area in particular and our needs in our community. And so, yeah, it really doesn't make any sense to me that we have lower standards, but, that can probably be explained away with politics of the past. And then, so I would like to see us revisit that. I would also say that this notion of a 10-year storm and a 50-year storm and a 100-year storm, I mean, these terms are going to be outdated pretty quick if they're not already because of climate change, and the 10-year storm whatever's considered a 10-year storm today is probably not a 10-year storm. A 50-year storm and a 100-year storms are probably not 50 and 100-year storms anymore. So I think it would be appropriate to look at those standards as well. Just overall, we do have a history of in my view, of giving breaks to this project. In the past, there were compliance issues with affordable housing, parks, local contractors, and I was on the minority side of the votes on those when it came to it. But I will stay consistent that there really, I appreciate there really shouldn't be any more permits, any more work being done that's already not done until they are in compliance. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Sorry. I'm going to stay away from the building aspect since I'm not a developer. I don't know exactly what the issue is. But I have some concerns about the residents that are being flooded. And in your design storm runoff definition, you talk about the channel capacity. So does the Fairview Road channel capacity have the wherewithal to be able to carry out water from whatever's draining from Fairview Road down to the Santa Ana Valley?
With the Basin B drains directly into that drainage ditch, and the Santana Ranch team, in their calculations, they show the capacity of that ditch when it's in a good state, which I think it's in a good state now. And those calculations show that the drainage is accommodated.
Because we got the natural crevice in the land there where there's water should be able to be held there in the river area. And why is it not finding its way there?
What, I'm not sure I understand the question. The water from
The water that's flowing down from Fairview Road, that's coming down from, whether it's coming from the development or the runoff from the marshlands, whatever, why is the water not going to the lowest point and catching there in the Santa Ana, the valley that's there? I know that there's a crevices, I don't know if it's a river but right next to Santa Ana Valley, there's the bridge that's there that when I was growing up, I always thought it was a river, but there's so much overgrowth, I don't know what's there now. But why is not the water flowing to the lowest part? Is it being obstructed somewhere where it's not draining naturally where it's supposed to go?
Well, I'm not sure it's being stopped in a non-low spot. I think, part of the problem that we've all been trying to deal with is when Santana Ranch or any other developer adds impervious surface, it adds volume of water. And so the designers, their requirement is to not inundate, adjacent properties and flood and do, harmful things. And so that's how the basins are designed. But there's water flowing. I think it's a matter of how much should be flowing and when is more of the question. But it gets to the creek. It's just, how it gets there is, I think, been the issue in the past. Does that answer your question?
Kind of. I want to go back to the concern about the flooding of the residents' property, Ms. Schneider's property, and then all the subsequent properties that are being flooded from the Santana Ranch area as we go north on Fairview Road. What liability does the county have with regards to the properties being damaged because of the flooding?
Well, liability, it's a little bit of a county council question. We look at our standards and we see if the basin or the drainage was designed per our standards, and if it was, that's all we can do. Whether or not those standards are current, modern, et cetera, is kind of another discussion, but I'm not sure I could comment on liability. If we were intentionally ignoring our standards or not, trying to comply with our codes, that would be a liability, but I don't know that we've ever done that, so.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
To a degree, but I won't complicate it any further. I'll just leave it there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Steve, for the presentation. The questions I have were already asked, so I won't ask you anymore. I will say that, is there a possibility of us being updated on this as things move along. So when they come with kind of their plan and the construction timeline, is that something that you might be able to provide to the board, like as a department head announcement? Or if we feel that it needs to be agendized, we definitely can do that too. But I think it's an issue that affects a lot of people. And so if we can just kind of, I think as the board kind of stay on top of that and provide input or questions might be really helpful.
Yeah, I think a good idea in that regards, and per other supervisor comments, is, you know, when they start submitting, whether it's a commercial area or the future residential area at the northwest quadrant, you know, we can have, I guess, 2 supervisors, you know, meet with planning staff and just review what's been submitted for a couple of supervisors that's, you know, kind of in their district. So they're part of that process. I think that'd be a good idea, even better than just an update from me, because I make things rosy. And
Supervisor Zinger?
Yeah, just following up on that point exactly. The improvement plans, is that approved? Is the planning department approve those, or as the phases subsequently come in?
Both, actually. It goes through planning and public works together for different reasons, so it's actually both planning and public works.
Okay, and then were you?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Do we need to make some kind of motion to formally look into increasing our water standard or retention standard to at least the state standards?
I can tell you, I know staff's already working on it, but we'll come back with a report with that. I mean, we're working on it already, so we'll come back to you. I mean, if you want to, I mean, you guys can, but we're working on it.
Well, if you're doing it, we don't.
We'll come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then just the last thing, just what Supervisor Curl mentioned about how we. I guess there's still room for conversation, you said, as far as the finishing phases. And I mean, potentially a buffer zone I'd like to see up there, but how does that, what do you mean conversation? Like, is that just literally like we're going to ask Mr. Anderson, hey, can you do this for us?
So when they submit, I'll call it their real design for the northeast area, then yeah, I mean, that's when we review it, and that's why I suggested perhaps a couple of supervisors here could meet with our planning department and public works, look at what's presented, look at what's been built, and provide comments, so that as long as we're compliant with the development agreement, county staff and supervisors, and they're complying, I think there is some room to provide input and to nudge and to do some things that maybe a developer wouldn't necessarily do on their own.
Thanks.
So Supervisor Zinger, would you like to be on that
I would.
committee to kind of?
I would.
Okay.
I would. That would
And if,
appreciate
I don't know if there's another supervisor. I know it's in your district, so that's why, you know, obviously. Is there another supervisor that would like to be part of that process? I see you put your microphone on, so.
Just, one more.
So Supervisor Zinger and Supervisor Curro will be part of that and help. So thank you both for doing that. Thank you. Thank you again for the presentation. Okay, now moving on to item 2.4, we're going to receive a presentation regarding program updates and recommendations from staff regarding illegal dumping mitigation efforts in the county.
Hello, supervisors. Joining me today is illegal dumping and litter abatement coordinator Frankie Sanchez and our county code enforcement officer Robin Leland, Sheriff Eric Taylor, and our R3 consultant Paulina Benner. We've come in larger than normal staff numbers today because this is a very important topic for our county and for this board, as you've shown with the unanimous approval in August to increase illegal dumping fines up to $10,000. I think I can speak for the whole team here that we are very excited and motivated for more progress in 2024. Today we'll be providing you with the program updates, current program challenges, a summary of recent city and county department program surveys, and lastly, a look into enforcement procedures and staff recommendations. And now Frankie will kick us off with some program updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena, and good morning, everyone.
I'm here to deliver a few program updates for illegal dumping coordination. Firstly, staff has been working to apply for a couple grants to help fund program development. Thank you. These two grants, between the two grants, we are requesting up to $105,000 from the funding agencies, and we should hear back from them by the end of this month, which we're pretty excited to hear from them. We also worked closely with GIS staff to help develop an illegal dumping reporting tool for residents. I want to give a huge thanks to Renee and his team for accommodating all of our different edits and helping us with this, because this will help streamline reporting for residents, and it'll also help provide staff with valuable oversight of these cleanups and oversight of the total amount of reports coming in. And lastly, we have worked with R3 to conduct and develop a program survey to send out to different city and county departments, just to get a little bit of an understanding of how everyone deals with illegal dumping when it does come across their desk, but we'll talk about that a little later in the presentation. Moving on to some of the cleanup updates that we've been working on recently. Firstly, in the San Benito River, this cleanup took place between June this year and September this year between 4th Street Bridge and Union Road Bridge. And during this cleanup, up to 35,000 pounds of abandoned solid waste was removed, over 200 tires were removed from the river, and 18 vehicles. And you can see some of the material that they were working to remove out of the river in some of these pictures here. The second cleanup we were working on was the Salinas and San Juan Grade Road cleanup. This occurred between August and September of this year, over 6 days. And over those 6 days, a total of 30,000 pounds of abandoned solid waste was removed. 25 mattresses, 25 bulky items such as appliances, furniture, you name it, it was probably out there. And up to 60 tires, but this is not including the total number of tires that we removed from this prior to this cleanup, and that was a whole roll-off bin of tires, and I don't know the total number of that one. But huge shout out to Smith and Enright and HHSA for helping us through both the river cleanup and the San Juan Salinas Grade Road cleanup. Their coordination was very much appreciated. And some of the challenges that we realized through conducting these cleanups is, especially with the San Juan Salinas Grade Road cleanup, the access to some of these sites is pretty difficult to navigate just due to the steep slopes and the loose soil. The cleanup crew had to get very creative with how they removed some of this waste off the side of the hill. They had to utilize pulley systems with their tractors to get the leverage needed to lift some of these heavier items off the side of the hill. And what they did with just the miscellaneous waste that you see here is they put it in larger bags before they can lift it up off the side of the hill. So in order to get those bags off the hill, they also had to utilize those pulley systems as well. And as for the river cleanup, the river itself restricts some of the access that we need to some of the sites to clean up those sites. And we did come across some underground encampments out in the river, which made it a little difficult in terms of we were out there focusing on abandoned solid waste and abandoned encampments, and we just didn't know if those ones were vacant or occupied. And so that was one of the challenges that we had out there. Another challenge that we faced was ensuring that these sites remained clean after the cleanups were completed. Almost immediately after the cleanups are completed, we start noticing dumping occurring again, and so this just shows a strong need for additional deterrence in the future to ensure that this doesn't happen in the future after the cleanups have already occurred. There's a need for more resources, as I just said, and more enforcement presence, especially in those rural areas where there's not a lot of eyes on the ground. But with all these additional preventative measures, there's also a need for additional staff to ensure that these measures are effective at deterring dumping. Some of the things that we can do to overcome some of these challenges that we've come across is, I think this is a good opportunity to remind people that if you are in the mandatory zone, it is important to ensure that you have recology service, and this is important so that we can help make sure that all waste is properly disposed of. We can also increase outreach and education on our free events and services because there are so many available to residents that there's almost no need for dumping, so we feel that we can do a better job at getting the word out there. We can also work with private property owners to help secure and maintain their properties with things such as no dumping signs, physical barriers, and surveillance cameras at hotspots. And thank you to B, who just left, for her donation to that fund for the cameras for those hotspots. It'll take a lot of staff time and effort to overcome all these challenges, but with all these different preventative measures to be implemented, and currently we're relying on the use of grant funds to purchase these preventative measures. However, we do recommend that the board consider budgeting additional funds for deterrence and staff. And moving on to the program partner surveys. The goal of these surveys was basically just to connect with all city and county departments that deal with illegal dumping, to just initiate those connections, and then also identify gaps in resources and understanding of how we deal with illegal dumping in our jurisdiction, so that we can focus our efforts on areas of concern within our communities and utilize our resources as efficiently as possible. And I would like to invite Paulina Benner, our solid waste consultant, up to speak a little bit more about this.
Great, thank you very much, Frankie. First off, good morning, supervisors. Thank you for your time today. First, I'd like to start by thanking the county and city departments who participated in our program survey. We were able to survey and/or interview staff from the public works departments at the county and the cities of Hollister and San Juan Bautista, Hollister Parks and Recreation and Police Departments, the County District Attorney's Office, and the Integrated Waste Management, Health and Human Services Departments, Code Enforcement, and Environmental Health. The results of these surveys and interviews have been summarized and submitted to the Integrated Waste Management staff in a draft report that will be used to help guide development of a countywide illegal dumping and litter abatement coalition. The tenets and founding program components of the successful illegal dumping program are shown here and are categorized generally as the 3 E's: education and prevention, eradication, and enforcement. We developed our survey questions around these 3 components so we could specifically get information on those areas. The education findings included the need for better information to the public about pre-disposal and recycling programs, specifically for convenient disposal of large items like furniture, tires, electronics, and appliances. Our surveys and interviews identified additional outreach opportunities such as distribution of materials at other public counters throughout the city, at cities and other county departments, as well as new community group partners that can help us both with outreach and education and cleanup at events. We also noted that informing the public of the crime and consequences and the new citation amounts could also help with prevention. Some staff interviews suggested that we publicize those prosecuted or penalized for illegal dumping. And CalRecycle research has actually found that publicizing illegal dumping convictions can help deter future incidents. The county could possibly use outreach and social media outlets in the future if that was something we chose to do. In eradication, we noted that additional resources for prompt and consistent cleanup are lacking, and the county noted that they currently have open, unfilled positions that previously were used for illegal dumping cleanup, and less people available through the custody alternative program, which is a program that would provide people who were convicted with less than 30 days jail time the opportunity to do community service hours instead of going to jail. We also noted the need for improved tracking and reporting to better understand where dumping is occurring and what is being dumped. There is a need to fully understand where dumping is occurring, what's being dumped, so we can track for both eradication and prevention, as knowing what is being dumped can help us identify if we need new or more programs, or if there's a need to promote the current programs for disposal. Lastly, in eradication, we need a convenient public and internal reporting tool. As Frankie already noted, the external public reporting tool is up and running, and an internal staff reporting tool is underway. Lastly, and not surprisingly, enforcement is the most challenging part of an illegal dumping program. It's difficult to gather enough evidence to convict somebody, or it's hard to catch somebody in the act of dumping materials. We also learned that the county currently lacks sufficient resources to investigate cases and enforce illegal dumping laws. We interviewed the county district attorney to provide guidance to understand how and what type of evidence we need to convict. The DA did note that in addition to photos or video evidence of a license plate or a person in the act of dumping, identifiable pieces of trash like mail found in dumping sites or eyewitness reports can also be useful in building a case. As mentioned earlier, the findings from the surveys and interviews are going to be used in development of our county-wide coalition on illegal dumping and litter abatement, but in no means this is the end of the conversation. And these initial engagements with the county and city staff are going to build a foundation for continued conversation and collaboration. I want to thank you again for your time. Next slide.
Thank you, Paulina. I would just like to echo our thanks to the various entities that took time to complete our survey, meet with us in person or over Zoom. And these internal discussions and the various levels of support they provide make this program that much stronger. So thank you. A recurring theme in these surveys, survey discussions that I would like to highlight was a need for convenient public reporting, as Paulina mentioned. And so moving forward, we invite the public to now report illegal dumping. Oh, I'm gonna need a few more minutes. Okay. We invite the public to report illegal dumping violations or abatement to integrated waste staff. Using this reporting tool, our staff would review the information provided to us, coordinate any cleanup needed. If there's clear evidence, we would coordinate with the appropriate enforcement agency staff for further investigation. At this time, there are clear differences between public property investigations and private property investigations, which Robin was going to go into a little bit of detail if we have time. Okay, perfect.
Thank you for letting us speak a little bit past our time. So just to clarify a little bit about the differences between our public and private property investigations. Public property, where most of the dumping occurs, is generally investigated by law enforcement. They enforce the violations of the state and local laws committed on public land. Evidence is necessary to prove that an individual or entity is responsible beyond a reasonable doubt, which is where the photos, videos, license plates, identifiable pieces of trash come from. The burden of proof is on the enforcing agency. So it is the golden saying of you're innocent until proven guilty. Criminal citations may occur and are handled by the district attorney's office. Arrests may also occur and are handled by the sheriff's office. Private property is a little bit different. Code enforcement and other designated agencies enforce statutes or ordinances regulating public health, safety and welfare, public works, business activities, and consumer protection, building standards, land use, or municipal affairs on private property. The property owner is held responsible for violations on their property. The burden of proof will fall on the property owner to prove that they're not responsible for the violation on their property. Administrative citations, notices of violations, fines, property liens, court-ordered abatement, and loss of property can ultimately result from these violations. Administrative violations can be escalated to criminal violations after the third offense, per our code.
Robin. So to our knowledge, historically, no illegal dumping citations have been administered nor collected by enforcement staff or sheriff department staff. And since the recent fine increase, which went into effect in September, integrated waste staff has submitted 2 cases just within the last week, for which those cases are currently being investigated by a deputy sheriff. With the implementation of camera pilots and increased education regarding the fines, we do anticipate a much higher frequency of cases moving forward. Unfortunately, illegal dumping cases are often not the highest priority, as we've heard, due to the frequency and abundance of other high-priority case types and limited staffing available. This is one of the many reasons we are recommending additional enforcement staff for the county. From what we've seen with the limited cleanup that has occurred in the last few months, for both the Riverbed and Salinas Grade Road, the cost of funding these positions will be much less than funding the cleanup cost efforts. The recent cleanups we discussed earlier resulted in over $150,000 in funding, targeting only 2 locations in our very large county, and we are already seeing the waste accumulate once again in those areas. Specifically, in our team discussions regarding the need for a greater presence in the riverbed and South County areas, we are recommending a deputy sheriff, and our sheriff can speak a little bit more about this position. That position would focus on public property investigations. Separately, we are recommending an additional code enforcement officer working with those private property owners to secure and better monitor their properties. We highly recommend that these positions, if they were to be approved, work very closely together and with other supporting agencies like Integrated Waste to monitor dumping hotspots within the county, conduct thorough investigations, write citations when illegal dumpers are identified, assist in the coordination of cleanups, collect data, appear in court if needed, assist in educating the public, and be a present member in our future illegal dumping and litter abatement coalition. I'll invite up the sheriff.
I'll try to go quick. I know we're already well over our time. That's Selena's fault. So right now we're in a completely reactive, responsive format for responding to these incidents. So Selena's staff, and they're doing a phenomenal job, will alert us to something. They'll have some evidence, and then we send a deputy sheriff that's working patrol over there to try to pick up the case. And then that is either going to be followed up on the patrol level or through our detective bureau, which, as we all know, we're like everybody else in the county, we're understaffed. So the enforcement side is one part of it, and it's only through enforcement that we're going to be able to deter these things from happening. But I would envision a position, if we're able to get it, is going to be illegal dumping and other things too. So the only way for us to stay on top of this, not only through enforcement, is through the prevention, so we don't have to get to that point where we're taking 30,000, 35,000 pounds of trash and all these tires. And this is just what we've done so far. This is not what's down there. What's down there is a lot more than this. So after we abate these things, we have to be able to stay on top of them. And for any of you that have even, just the San Benito River, just itself, it's so vast. From Hospital Road to 156, it is incredibly vast. And a lot of us would just think it's just this river area, but it is wide. There's so many places, like Frankie was saying about, there's underground encampments, and there are physical structures there. One story I've told probably to this board before, when Sheriff Thompson was still here, we actually had a front door slammed in our face at an encampment, and the person went upstairs to evade us. So the structures that are down there are incredible. And I do think that we have a new partnership with the city. I know our council and the city attorneys, and I think that we're finding some creativity and some ways that we can help enforce the impacts that I know Supervisor Kosmik has talked about for a long time with our homeless population. This is all related. It's all intertwined. And that's not even to talk about what's going on in the Pinoch Valley down in South County. So for us, we envision being able to dedicate a staff member to this specific thing, because the workload is going to be there. And if they're not actively eradicating dumping sites, they're either patrolling those sites, or we're patrolling the river, or we're patrolling these remote areas, San Juan Canyon, Pinoch Valley, to make sure that we're staying on top of not only the unhoused element, but the illegal dumping stuff, and then we can get on top of it. I go back to programs that cities and counties have had for years for graffiti abatement. The faster you get on top of it, the faster you clean it up, the less impact it has on your community. And that's the only way that we're going to be able to work together to do this, because right now you're looking at it, it's this, and if we have someone available to respond. So open for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation and recommendations, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do. If you have any public comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And on chambers, I have Christine Williams.
Good morning, or now I guess it's afternoon, County Board and everyone. Please excuse me for reading, but I have to. I'll forget everything if I don't. My name is Christine Williams, My husband and I bought our 40-acre property on 2500 Salinas Road in 2015. We're located directly across from the Guggenberger Ranch. Jennifer Guggenberger and I have become friends, and we have bonded over our hatred of anonymous dumping on our road and our properties. When we arrived 8 years ago, the dumping was apparent all the way to Salinas on Salinas Road. It is still through both counties, of course, as has just been reported. But recently we have reached a breaking point where right under the no dumping sign is the most appalling dumping to date. We ask and want the county to take action that will stop this crime that goes unapprehended. Jennifer has sent the latest photos of everything from a queen-size mattress, bags of dirty diapers, at least 12 old wooden pallets, various full bags of garbage bags, many bottles of motor oil fuel, a 3-chair dinette set with a table and a toilet, all tumbling down the hillside or sitting in full view. As well, in less accessible spots are smaller dumps of similar contents, and further down the road more. My husband and I will give permission to the county to mount one or several cameras to monitor and catch vehicles and people in the act of dumping at this spot or others. And I would add here that much of the dumping is at night. We are in the best position as we are on the uphill side of the road and would be a well-hidden camera. We also have turned in the names on various documents found in the dumped debris, clearly indicating that these people live in Salinas, Hollister, and nearby. They have garbage service, we think, but choose not to use it. The mindset needs to change. Signs, we think, do nothing. Cameras are the only answer. We think that apprehension and serious fines will send the message. As the offended property owners, we cannot tolerate the damage it does to our property and our property values any longer. And I brought a bag of the actual paper evidence that I collected at the latest dump at the Salinas Road. Thank you very much.
Next in chambers, Jennifer Guggenberger.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Guggenberger. My husband and I are the owners of the Guggenberger Ranch. It's a 250-acre ranch situated downhill from Salinas Road. It was always our understanding that Salinas Road is considered by the county to be a scenic road. Unfortunately, due to the excessive dumping, the road is nothing scenic. And there are these 4 pullouts on the road along our property where people pull over and dump anything you can imagine. Couches, dishwashers, toxic waste, mattresses, anything you can think of. I've witnessed it firsthand. I've cleaned up a lot of it. Over the years, over the last year, I've worked with Catherine Ramirez, and she was determined to help us clean up the mess. These pullouts are literally like the local dump. Truly. My family and I did a lot of the cleanup in the places that were manageable. Our ranch hand and I last fall hauled out over 100 tires, climbing up the hillside, pulling them down, and several car batteries that were embedded into the ground next to our creek. This past fall, the team that Catherine organized cleaned up the massive dump sites. I was filled with hope for a better future regarding Salinas Road and our property. But soon after, the dumping continued, and even at a greater pace. We currently have several piles in the pullouts, and I'm afraid to look down the hill. And the concern is not just the eyesore that these dumps create for our county, but the water, once it starts raining, that water comes from above us, underneath the road, through these dump sites, into our creek, down to the 2 reservoirs below us, and eventually into the Pajaro River. And not only that, we have a frog pond next to us that is the home of the California red-legged frog. It's an endangered species, so all this polluted water comes down to their habitat as well. We have cattle that live in these pastures, and as soon as it starts raining, all that water comes down into our creek, and these cattle, the cows are drinking this polluted water. And when it starts raining, last winter, there was so much garbage coming down the hillside into our creek. It's just unbelievable, and I'm so grateful for all that has been done up to this point. However, we need your continued support and help to stop this. It's just unbelievable how much dumping is happening on that road. Thank you.
Next in chambers, Elia Salinas.
Wouldn't it be nice if those Don't Dump on San Benito County were to volunteer and go out and pick up some of the trash that's dumped in San Benito County? It's too bad they left, because I think it's great. There used to be a program, it wasn't even a program, it was just a bunch of us volunteers. We got together and we'd actually go out and clean the San Benito River. And we had to stop cleaning the river because it was private property and we didn't have permission from the property owners to clean their river. I would like to strongly recommend that notices go out to, or get placed at all the grocery stores, get permission from the grocery stores to put it up in English and Spanish, and how Recology also picks up 2 large items. I don't know if they do it once a year or twice a year. Twice a year. So that's 4 large items. And the other thing, it literally costs $0. There is no fee to dump mattresses. So if all that information can be placed at grocery stores where people go in and out, and they're able to read it and put it in nice colors so that it can attract them, so they can actually read the information, and also to put it out in churches. You know, the churches have a lot of people, different hours of the day, so you get a large volume of people to be able to get this information. I know that it's out on social media, but not everyone is actually on social media. So if there can be some type of a campaign, and we're talking the windmill market in San Juan Bautista, maybe even put it out in some restaurants, maybe even some different businesses get together with the commerce businesses, the different associations that there are, to do some kind of a campaign in English and in Spanish, and hopefully that would deter some of it. But very important to put those twice a year large items that Recology will come and pick up at your door. Literally, you just, if you have a driveway, put it at the end of the driveway. If you have a long roadway, you will have to put it out in the roadway where the trash is picked up. But there are things that can be done, and maybe put a suggestion out to those people in San Benito County that, you know, that they're fighting don't dump in San Benito County. This is exactly what is happening, is people are coming and dumping trash out on San Benito County, and maybe we can get some of those folks to volunteer, get themselves together, and go out and sign up with Cheer and help with Cheer to clean up San Benito County. Thank you.
I have a few on Zoom. First, we'll start with Mary. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live between Aromas and San Juan Bautista on a road called, or near a road called Cole, and it's pretty close to Highway 101. So what I've noticed is that there's a lot of illegal dumping there, and fortunately, our representative Colin Kosmicki has helped when we call him about this. You know, my husband and I actually try to clean up a bit, but it's hard when there's a lot of stuff. And we see a lot because we walk almost every day, and it's near Highway 101, so a lot of people dump here, maybe who just come from out of county, and they just pull over, and they'll dump like a load of, just a pile of dirt, a load of whatever, garbage bags. But what I'd like to suggest is that some of these pull-offs on Cole Road, which is very close to Highway 101, you know, because the Caltrans people did not put a fence. These are actually ecologically sensitive areas along a creek that goes to Carneros Creek, and they actually had planted them, but people just drive over it, and now it's become this dirt area that when it rains, all this stuff washes into the creek, which is really bad for the creek. But I would suggest just putting a fence, a simple fence there would be very helpful so people can't pull over. It's usually these pull-outs, there's like 3 of them I know of, where people pull out and then they dump, and it's usually into the creek on both sides. So it's really bad from many different perspectives. It's environmentally bad for that creek to have all this stuff dumped. And as someone pointed out earlier, a lot of times it's very steep terrain, so it's hard to even retrieve a lot of the garbage. So that was my one comment. The other comment I have is, I know this is a really big job, and I agree with Elia, you kind of need people to help from the community, and maybe you can get volunteers who could be watchdogs in the different communities, who could help monitor, and I know you're thinking of other ways, but I find that even when it's cleaned up, as other people noted, the dumping continues. It's just a repeated thing. So anyway, so those are my thoughts on it, but I do support. I'm really happy that this topic is being raised. I know a lot of my neighbors on Cole Road are concerned about this, so thank you for trying to help us improve and clean up San Benito County.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all the comments I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Selena. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. My name is, Selena. I'm with Smith & Enright Landscaping, and I've got to grab this one. And we worked with the County of Monterey and City of Salinas for years, supporting their efforts in encampment cleanups and litter abatement. And we recently worked with the County of San Benito on 2 projects. One was the Salinas Road cleanup, and that one, in comparison to the riverbed cleanup, is a bit simpler in the mobilization process and cleanup, because there was no noticing required to individuals living there. Still, lots of planning involved regarding talking with the property owners and getting our equipment ready and coordinating traffic control. But the county did an excellent job in supporting us with that. And then once we got there, our crews just got to work, utilized different methods to pull the debris up the hill and sort it for disposal. The more complex cleanup was the riverbed cleanup, and that requires a lot more coordination with the different county departments. And there's the noticing to the individuals, letting them know that we're going to be by to pick up any debris that they want taken away. But the challenge with that, as long as there are encampments there, the debris will continue to accumulate, because it becomes more of a housekeeping service. Once we come by, we pick up all the debris, and it's gone, but as long as they're there, more debris will continue to be brought in. But again, that it's more complex because they are there and need to be given notice that we're taking their debris. And so if they don't want us to take it, we left it there. So yeah, that's what I have there for our work with Selena and Catherine and Frankie.
Thank you. Next, I have Andy. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
In the case of most of the dumping you've talked about so far, you're talking about what I'd call little fish individuals who are dumping a pickup truckload or so of garbage. We have a problem with a big fish bad performer in this county, and that is that there is an illegal dumping ring that takes uninspected fill. We presume from Silicon Valley construction sites, and they bring them down in huge unmarked trucks. In the case of right in my neighborhood, hundreds of truckloads of uninspected fill came and were dumped in a canyon that is the part of the Elkhorn Slough watershed. And you're talking about immense amounts of uninspected fill that create problems. We don't know what's in that fill. It then flows down the watersheds. And our understanding in talking to a former building inspector in our county, Al Fasulo, when he was still on board, was this group pays landowners a couple $100 to take their truckloads of uninspected fill. And this is, this is serious stuff. This is organized crime, maybe even RICO conviction kind of issues, because you don't have these kinds of resources without having, without having serious backing. And the county has been unable to address it. They claim they put liens on the property. I've talked to the district attorney, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of appetite for going after big fish in this county. But it's not difficult to figure out how you would get these folks. Given that the landowners, some of them have liens on their property of tens of thousands of dollars because they haven't cleaned up this stuff, a district attorney can easily go to these folks working with the building department and negotiate over perhaps reducing the liens on their property in exchange for giving up the company that's doing this. It's not just here. It happened at the Manning Ranch. So this is a very, very serious problem of folks that if you catch them, you abate a much, much bigger problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I have one last one. Valerie Eglund, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Yes.
Oh. Valerie, go ahead.
Is that working?
Yes.
Okay. A few months back, maybe a year, I went with Chair Herman Garcia over the Salinas Grade Road and down Crazy Horse and on to the Old Stage Road going through Salinas toward the 101 in Gonzales. And the garbage that is dumped is horrific, just horrific. It is beyond one company's capacity to pick up after. And what seemed to be an issue was almost like an organized, like a company, a gardening company. People who have small trailers that do yard cleanup and then just wait and dump it at nighttime along the road. And so how that can be dealt with is just beyond me. I don't know how this can get put together, but I think the sheriff talking about surveillance, Mrs. Gottenberg, it's sympathized greatly. That must be horrific to be along that area of the Salinas Road. So whatever can be done with another added staff would probably pay for itself in the long run. Thank you.
And that concludes my public comment.
Thank you. Coming to the board, any comments or questions? Supervisor Kosmicki?
Sure thing. Yeah. Want to thank staff. This is the beginning of this. I would hope that this is the beginning of a journey that we're on here to really change the page, turn the page on illegal dumping. It started with the fines, and I'm very hopeful after what I'm hearing today that we're all on board. The question I have, did I hear it takes a third offense for illegal dumping to get to designate it as a criminal activity?
Yes, but the administrative fines can start at the first
Right.
offense.
Right. So I just want to up front just say right now that if it's at all possible to make that a criminal activity after the first offense, we should do so. The third offense is, I'm going to go ahead and assume that we haven't ever had a third offense somebody caught 3 times, or it has to be very rare because we're barely catching anybody as it stands. So having it criminal on a 3rd offense, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't do it on a 1st offense. This is crime, and they should be punished for it. Just my first off the bat opinion. I want to mention Monterey County, you know, our big brother, big sister county here, replicated exactly what we did. They saw what we did. I was told by Supervisor Church recently at a town hall that they were, you know, they basically congratulated our county, and we don't need congratulations because we haven't done anything yet, but they pointed to us and said that's a good idea. We should do the same thing, so they did that as well. You know, I want to say the obvious. I think there are 2 separate issues here. There's roadside dumping, and then there's encampments. And it seems to me that we will want to have diverging strategies when it comes to how we address roadside dumping versus encampments, and that should probably have further conversation going forward. And I know the sheriff and Integrated Waste are aware of that. Targeted areas in my district, I just want to put it on the record. Some that come to mind while we're sitting here, obviously Salinas Road, it's probably the worst in the county. Rocks Road, Merrill Cerro, Aromitas, Anzar, Cole, 4th Street, off 4th Street, San Juan Hollister Road, I get calls, and Buena Vista, and of course the riverbed. And that's just my district, and those are just some examples. So this, and I know the other rural districts in particular have a lot, and I also will say that it's going to be really important for us to truly partner with the cities on this, because just as Monterey said, we can't have lower fines in Samuel County because then we're concerned that people are going to be coming over to Monterey over the hill to dump. We have to have the same concern about the city of Hollister and the city of San Juan Bautista. So let's keep those conversations going. Reporting tool is great. Looking forward to that. The signs, I would say I agree that signs have a minimal impact, but I think there can be some as far as the overall outreach goal. And so I think for me, all the signs should have that $10,000, just bold $10,000 fines. You know, you don't have so much room on a sign, but I also would say we should definitely have something that says cameras are watching you. We have surveillance are watching you. If you're going to dump, we're going to catch you. And if I get my way, we're not only going to fine you $10,000, but you're going to jail. I would say we should probably have a nice big sign right at the entrance to our county from Monterey on Salinas Road that says, "Welcome to Samuel County. You dump, you pay $10,000 and go to jail." The cameras with license plate readers are really going to be the key to this whole thing. And so I would advocate strongly that we get really bold with that, and that we do invest in it heavily, and that it is a priority to put cameras in all of our hot spots with license plate readers, and we do aggressive outreach, especially with the new PIO coming on board, that should be a priority, I believe, for the PIO as well, to do very aggressive outreach on the fact that we have cameras in these places that, again, if you decide to dump in our county, you're going to get caught. I mentioned collaboration with the cities. The garbage drop sites, I thought that was an interesting idea. Obviously, there would be some thought that would need to put into locations, because we don't want to create clutter. We don't want to create dumping and unsightly areas where, we just have to be strategic basically with that. And I think of Salinas Road. I agree with the comments. I am sympathetic, very sympathetic. I recently was driving up Salinas Road, and it was just another reminder. You look over that hillside, it's just, to me, it's one of the most beautiful areas in our county. And then every so often you're having to see litter dumped, and couches and vehicle parts and all this stuff. It doesn't add up. And so, yeah, I mean, we should be proud of our county. We should be proud how beautiful it is, and we absolutely should not allow this sort of thing. And then I would say on the resource part, I'm on board 100%. Whatever it takes, whatever staffing you need on this one, I am on board. I know that our code enforcement division needs a lot of help. I know that our sheriff needs help. I get calls. I mean, it's not just illegal dumping, as we all know with code enforcement. It's private properties that are just out of control. And I got a lot of those in my district, and we do need help, and I'm on board. So let's continue that conversation, and I appreciate everybody. Thank you.
If I can just make a correction, I'm remembering some of the conversations we had with the DA, and as far as criminal offense for a first offense, if I recall correctly, I believe it is up to the person conducting the investigation if they would like to proceed with that approach. But Robin can share more, and then the other component is if it's a commercial, by definition in the code, commercial dumping, that could also, we would recommend that be pursued in a first offense as a criminal. So, Robin.
Like Selena said, it doesn't take 3 offenses to make it criminal. That's just the administrative side, which is the side I operate on. So my notice is if they have 3 offenses with me, then I would refer it to the district attorney's office. However, 1 offense is enough to generate a criminal case on the criminal side.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for the presentation. I know that your department has been doing a lot of work to attack this issue, and it seems like it's a never-ending chore. I have driven out to the San Juan grade, and I have seen garbage out there, and I have seen it when it's been cleaned too, so thank you for the efforts that you're doing. And I apologize for the residents that have to live out there and have their property polluted. It's just disgusting. But other than hiring or giving you more staff for enforcement, what else do you need from us as a county? What would you like to see us to support you in your efforts?
I'm going to defer to Frankie. He's been really hands-on with this entire program, and I'm sure he has some items to share. I think for implementation of the cameras and the signage, patience from the board and the public as we try to pilot these. And there is concern about doing cameras and signage all across the county. We've got a lot of rural roads, and so it'll be really important for us to pilot cameras first before we do some type of large-scale program. So I'll defer to Frankie.
I think Selena nailed it on the head with saying just a little bit of patience with this. There's obviously a lot of things that need to happen in order to deter dumping, but with all these preventative measures, there's a lot of bureaucracy on the front end to make sure that they're implemented in a way that's going to be effective, but also work with the certain private property owners that we need to work with to make sure that we have all the proper authorizations to put cameras out there and signs, and just make sure the grant of easement, we have the proper access that we need to place all these things out there. So it will take a little bit of time, and there is no clear and cut solution for addressing illegal dumping, and so there are a lot of different ways we can go about it, and this is why we think implementing a phased approach or a pilot approach would be the best way to ensure that these measures are implemented in a way that are going to be effective. And so it might take a little bit of time to figure out what is going to work for different areas around the county, but I just want to say thank you guys for all of your support, because you guys have all been very supportive of this program as we continue to develop it. But just continue supporting us through proper funding, and just the support that you guys have already been giving us has been great. But yeah, just a little bit of patience as well.
Thank you.
And then I just want to jump in real quick here. So appreciate the support that we've been getting so far. So with the cameras, it's so important for us for the board, in my opinion, to be supportive of that. And I know that many of you are. We talked a little bit about it at the intergovernmental for traffic issues, and what concerns there may or may not be with cameras. But I can tell you that hopefully we work together on implementing this camera program, because a lot of these cameras can be used for more than one thing, right? So it's going to be really key in our dumping. But some of the camera technology, if we put it on a fixed location that we know is a hotspot for dumping, it not only captures a license plate, but it captures a segment of video. That's really important for us to have the actual act of dumping in a video snippet that we can retrieve and have. There's other cameras that we can put at fixed locations that are ingress and egress, so we can track everybody that goes in and out of that area. And so with those cameras and with that, first of all, it's force multiplier for the county because it can be used in a lot of different things. These systems can integrate together. The city of San Bautista is looking at a camera program. City of Hollister has a very robust camera program. Those programs can then all talk to each other. So it's such an important thing for us to be able to have. I mean, we're asking right now to add, one additional staff member for each. That's really, in the future, that's not going to be enough, but that's a start. But if we can augment that with technology to help us on the other end, I'll tell this board, if I'm going to dedicate a staff member and resources to these investigations, we are going to seek criminal charges. So it's a little bit different track that we both have. And when we're talking about private property and abatement and you're talking about, Public Works or RMA and what their administrative process is, that may be a little bit different. But once our office is involved, I feel like it's the will of this county and the board and the community that we do proceed on both tracks in an administrative fee to recover some of these costs to the county, but also on a criminal side to really deter this activity from happening. You'll have that commitment from me that our office will do everything we can. We've already have a couple pretty strong cases that we feel that we're going to be able to take forward based on the community gathering evidence and really taking photographs. One of the things that was brought up at the Aromas Town Hall that the Supervisor Kosmicki and I were at was the public asked, are we allowed to videotape people in these acts? Absolutely, you're allowed to videotape people in these acts, and we would ask that you turn that over to us. Sidebar a little bit, the Axon program that this board was generous enough to authorize for our office makes it so much easier for us to now take that video in. So we can generate a link and a QR code. If you had a video on your camera, you would be able to upload that video directly from your phone to our records management system, seamless, without anything else. So these cameras, public and private, can all then also be linked into that system so we can really easily retrieve data. And I just want to empathize with our speaker from Salinas Grade Road. I think sometimes us in this sector of work, when we're dealing with so many things on a daily basis, we forget that just how strongly this impacts people that are stuck in these areas where this is happening. A lot of us traverse these areas, but some people this is their home. This is what they've invested their time, money, love, and effort in. And I think it's incumbent on us to do everything that we can as a team to make sure that we're holding these people accountable that don't have any regard for the people that live there, don't have any regard for this community. They're just coming through and dumping their stuff. So I'll get off my soapbox, but I appreciate all the support we've had so far.
Supervisor Curl.
Okay, between Sheriff Taylor and Supervisor Kosmicki, you guys hit every one of my boxes that I wanted to talk about. I do feel I want to emphasize the collaboration with Monterey County. The one road we're not talking about is G13, which is Bitterwater King City Road, which is constantly being dumped upon. So I'm a very big supporter of the surveillance cameras and ensuring that those cameras are connected technology-wise after our intergovernmental meeting and having Hollister PD really explain to us what this technology can do. I'm all about that. I'm very big on the public information officer doing a campaign. Really support the signs at the entrances to deter people and let them be on notice. You're in San Benito County, and we do code enforcement on illegal dumping. The one thing that, and I want to thank for the public comments, it's moving to hear the public so distraught over this because it is a horrific issue in our community. But we also have another horrific issue in our community, and that's revenue generation and how do we afford to fund these enforcements. And I don't want to say that when we approved these fine increases, we sat up here and we all knew that this was going to be a staffing issue for enforcement. So the fines are one thing, but being able to enforce is another thing. I am always about supporting a new deputy for South County. If anybody thinks I'm not, they don't know South County residents. They're all asking for a deputy. So, but how are we going to fund this? And how are we going to enforce this? I think we need more code enforcement. And I do like the collaboration. It's so exciting to see the collaboration between all the departments on a topic and see how we can all work together. I know that this is a big step forward for our community, and we will be patient, but funding is a concern of mine. And we know that our landfill is not a nice topic to discuss when it comes to expanding our landfill. But if we want to fund stopping illegal dumping, we really do need to look at where is our revenue coming from. And right now, we don't have revenue from our landfill to the extent that it could be and how it could fund these types of programs. If you can come up with another funding source that could fund our roads and fund these type of programs, I am more than open to it. Unfortunately, being the Prop 13 poor county that we are, I am struggling without doing more growth, which would be more economic development in our community. So we're kind of in this position where we all support that we need to do these things, but how are we going to fund them? So if there is a creative administration and Ramon can come up with some funding, I'm all about the new deputy and the new code enforcement. So, but thank you for all the comments from the supervisors. I totally agree.
Supervisor Zenger?
Yes, thank you. So this is great. I too saw that Monterey County copied us, and I will take the congratulations from them, because this is a really good thing that we're doing. This is important. And I like Supervisor Kosmicki's idea of locking people up. I like that angle. I know he's just joking, but I do like that. I had a question. So for code enforcement, can we just, what was the number of cases that we have backlogged right now on code enforcement? Okay. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, 280, in case anyone didn't hear, 280. And I think there's, one every 2 weeks coming in? A couple every. Okay. So, a little behind there. We do probably need some help there. I think it's very clear. I had a question about the cameras. I'm patient, I'm being patient, but I'm also eager. So when would we expect to see cameras, roughly?
With the 2 grants that we applied for a few months ago, we are waiting on hearing back for the funding. One was through Cow Recycle, which would fund, I believe, 5 cameras, or was it 8? I think it was 8 to 5 cameras, and the project is specifically Salinas Grade Road for us to pilot those. And it'd be a combination of hopefully the public right of way, but also the private property. So if those do not, it's a subscription for at least 3 years for us to test those out. The grant is funding for that first year. And so we are confident with our county solid waste litter abatement revenue we receive from our Recology franchise agreement, we can continue the funding for those next 3 years, or the next additional 2 years. And if that does not get approved, we will look to funding with some of our available county solid waste funds that we have.
Great. That's awesome to hear. And I support the signs as well. I'd recommend maybe putting the words up to very small. So it's like $10,000 fine, and we can have up to very small on there maybe. I had a question for Sheriff Taylor, if he's still around. There he is. Thanks, Sheriff. First of all, I was just wondering where game wardens fit into all this. Like, you talk about South County and stuff and polluting rivers. Do game wardens ever report these dumping activity? Like, where's that fit in?
I'm not sure where they would fit into the dumping on like county roadways or public right of ways. We don't typically get reports from them. I think that we can ask them to help be eyes and ears for us out there, but they are, there's only a couple of them, and they are so focused on the wildlife side of it and poaching in our South County that that takes up a majority of their time. I am happy, though, the supervisors, I know that you're still talking to me after you took your taser exposure at our office. Go ahead.
That's what we're going to do. We're going to zap the illegal dumpers. That's what we're going to do. Okay, and then the other question is just about, and like Supervisor Kosmicki said, it's sort of a separate issue, but the encampments. So we can clean up the abandoned encampments, and of course I wouldn't expect, Frankie to go throw people out of their encampments in the river. But if someone's living there, does that mean we can't clean up the encampment? Is that where we're at right now with the litter, in terms of litter with encampments in the river?
We're still in these conversations with our county council and with the city of Hollister about how we're going to address the homeless encampments. I do think we're making progress in being able to eradicate that. But I mean, unless Frankie or staff knows something different, I think when it comes to the dumping and the waste, we can absolutely deal with that. It's just a matter of having a presence there once the cleanup happens. It's having a presence there to make sure that it doesn't take root again. Otherwise, we're just chasing our tail. We're doing these huge cleanups, and then we go do something else for a number of months until we get called back there, and then we have a huge cleanup again. So, and then just real quick on the camera thing, I think that we have some ability to bring in some cameras to the county on the law enforcement side that would be at no cost to the county. I'm looking to jump onto a nationwide grant through the federal government. We missed the cutoff to get into the grant this cycle, but they can still move assets into our county from other places, and that would come at no cost. And so those are actual flock cameras, which is one part of the issue. I did look up. I believe that right now for one flock camera, you're looking at $2,500 a year and a $250 installation fee. And that's they're self-sufficient. They're solar powered. They're pretty lightweight and easy. So I mean, honestly, the cost is pretty minimal. I know that we're not resource rich, but ideally we'll get some cameras in here free of charge. We'll look at some of our rural crimes funding and our ag crime funding to see if we can augment that. But ideally, these systems are going to talk to each other, no matter what funding stream they came from.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to try to be kind of quick. First of all, to see the collaboration that's happening between the departments is absolutely amazing. That was like bullet one for me. So refreshing to see here. So my first question, where can the public get the signage if they wanted to post it on their private property?
The signs
Or is it only available for you guys to post in certain designated areas? The signage that Frankie originally showed as part of the presentation, where I think it listed the fine, and let me go to it. It was no dumping, beautify San Benito, illegal dumping is a crime. And then there was private property, no trespassing and dumping. Are both of those signs or one of those signs available to the public if they wanted to post those signs anywhere on their property?
Not at this time. We didn't anticipate providing signs this fiscal year in our budget, but we can see if that can be made possible. The signs that Frankie has drafted is a draft at this point. In one of the other grants we applied for through the Mattress Recycling Council, that would fund up to 50 of these signs, and it would be in English and Spanish. And so we still have time to take feedback and consideration. So thank you, Supervisor Kosmicki, for your feedback. And we hope to, I think as part of that grant initiative, it would be installing those 50 signs by the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, so this is just kind of an idea right now. Okay, sorry, I thought they were available, and so I think some people maybe would even be willing to pay a small fee, though, to put them on their property, possibly. So an idea. So with the cameras, are the cameras hidden or do they have to be in plain sight?
They can be hidden, I believe. Yeah.
They can be hidden.
Either or.
Because because I was worried that if they're in plain sight, somebody's just going to go with a bat and take them down, and there goes our camera. So, okay, so they can be hidden.
Yeah, and for the Salinas Road, we've been out there a few times with the contractor that we're looking to purchase the cameras from, and they've have different suggestions on how to mount them. It will be more challenging to hide them in the trees, and the other alternative is on a pole that we would install, and it's definitely more visible, but it's kind of at a height that is unreachable, but.
Okay, awesome. I love the coordination that you all did with the partners and kind of the survey. So has a plan been developed yet based on kind of the survey findings, or?
So right now the survey findings are internal. We still do have a few more departments to interview and get that feedback, and we hope to wrap that up by the end of the year. This was efforts to learn more and invite all of those partners to, I believe, a February coalition meeting for illegal dumping and litter abatement. And we welcome the board, the city councils, other entities that are interested to provide feedback. But that was the reason for the surveys.
Okay. Has there been any discussion as to, and I mean, you probably wouldn't really know why, but why are people illegally dumping? Is it the cost of taking things to a landfill? Is it location? Is it, kind of a seasonal workforce, don't know where to go? Could we, I'm just thinking on some of these different fronts, if we kind of knew why some of it was happening, say it's, I don't know, seasonal, well, could we work with maybe some of the employers to see if we could offer different information or whatever it is, if we knew at all who are the culprits of some of the illegal dumping? And I don't know if you can tell that from the garbage that is there or not, or if it's just blatant awfulness. I don't know, but I'm just kind of curious about that. And yeah, so right now the positions that you're asking for have not been budgeted for this?
They have not, no.
Okay.
And can I answer your question?
Well, yeah, it was kind of just, go ahead.
Okay, because I do have some thoughts. And Frankie has been sitting on a lot of different statewide meetings for illegal dumping, and they're looking to him at times for advice and feedback on our program, so it's pretty cool. But I think there are a lot of different reasons, and we're going to learn more as we investigate and learn from our code enforcement and sheriff staff on what they're finding. But Frankie mentioned this earlier, but there are different service areas. So we have our mandatory solid waste collection service area, which covers a good portion of our city of Hollister, or all of the city of Hollister, city of San Juan Bautista, and some portions of unincorporated county. There's a voluntary service area where it's at the resident's discretion to have service at this time with Recology or another provider. And then there is a discretionary service area. So that's really all of the southern part of the county. Less populated, but there are residents out there. And so I think we could look to pursue expanding the mandatory service area and ensure that the residents that probably don't have service right now have service, and spend a little bit more time ensuring service, because that we're seeing bulky items is a whole nother story, but when we're seeing household trash, there should be no reason for that with if you have service already.
So I'm supportive of us trying to get more staff, but I agree with Supervisor Caro. We've got a little bit of an issue with revenue. So I would love to see, hopefully we get some grant funding, try some of these cameras, get some of this signage, and then maybe next year at some of our budget hearings, if maybe that might be a perfect time to bring in kind of these positions. I definitely would be supportive of it if we can find the funding to do that, so. Did you? Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Caro.
I just wanted to piggyback on the South County and the expanding the service areas. I have a lot of residents that, talk about this, but then when they hear what the cost is going to be, they're not nearly as interested. They're like, no, I'll just drive to the dump. But in an effort to maybe reduce how many vehicles are going to the landfill, could we look at an area, we kind of discussed it here, where we have maybe a South County area where it could gather trash and do one delivery to the landfill maybe a week, where it's not as much road traffic, but we're actually trying to gather the trash and have it in a more central area where the dumping is happening. Just an idea, trying to think outside the box. And then the other thing is when you do surveillance, you do have to post that you're doing the surveillance. Isn't that correct? You have to have a sign saying that you may have surveillance. I thought that was a code requirement back in the day. I'm going back in the 80s here.
If there's an expectation of privacy, you'd have to post it. If there's not an expectation of privacy, you don't.
Okay, great.
So,
I love the idea of it being hidden.
I think a lot of people do it, but we're so for audio recording in California, we're a two-party consent state. For video recording, we're not. But if you don't have an expectation of privacy where you are, then you can be recorded.
So, like, if you're in a public area that is on the side of the road, you have no expectation of privacy because you're not in a private location.
Correct.
Okay, Thank you for the clarification. Always nice to learn something new.
Well, thank you so much. Have we given you enough direction to at least get started for a couple months?
Yeah, well, I'd love to talk more to our budget officer about how this position might get funded and work more closely, continue to work closely with our code enforcement staff and sheriff staff, and look forward to returning during the budget discussions.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Okay, so at this time, we're going to go ahead and go into closed session. So item 2.5, we will hear after closed session. I'm going to say, well, we've got a public hearing at 1:30, so 35 minutes in closed session. Do we have any public comment for closed session?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press star 9. And I have no public comment. Wait.
Oh, wait, we do.
We do.
I'd like to remind everybody we're still meeting, so if you can have conversations out in the hallway, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Under closed session, make sure I have my numbers right. Closed session 4.2. This has happened so often within this year and last year too, and I'm really curious as to why you would have employee performance evaluations from county council that you just currently hired. Okay, and I came up forward here and you were having employee evaluations of the former county council numerous times, and also with regards to the evaluation on the county administrative officer, because I believe you already had one this year, and I don't know if it's cast tense to go to performance for the whole year, but it's just, I just find it odd that this has been going on numerous times throughout the year, so thank you.
I have no further public comment.
Okay, coming back from closed session, County Council, do you have anything to report out?
Two items. The first item was labor negotiations, all units. Information was received and direction was given to staff. Second is the evaluations occurred, County Council and CAO. No reportable action.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we are going to go to the public hearing. So it is 2:10, and I'm going to open the public hearing.
Good afternoon. We have two items on the agenda today. The first item was a compatible use request that was continued from the prior meeting at D&D Bergantino Family Limited Partnership. And since then, the applicant has withdrawn the application for the compatible use. So recommendation is to accept the withdrawal.
Do we have any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Any comments or questions from the board?
Question for you on the division, the two pieces of the parcels. So both.
That's the next one coming up. I can.
I apologize.
Yeah, the first one was it's the same taxpayer, but a different application. So.
Okay, then I'll hold my question. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So I think we're good on the first one. Do you need us to take action on that, or?
The committee took action and made a recommendation and a vote. So if you wanted to do the same, that would be fine.
I make a motion to go per staff recommendations or
Second.
committee recommendations.
So we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? 5-0 on the first item.
Next item, division request, same taxpayer, D&D Bergantino. It's 251 acres. It's out on Shore Road, 6 miles northwest of Hollister. The request is to divide these into two pieces, basically two preserves of 20 acres and 231 acres. The 20 acres basically has 11 acres row crop. There's an equipment yard, and the remainder is fallow ground that is slowly being worked up. The 231 acres has 170 acres of row crop, and the rest is fallow ground. They're doing this to sell the 20 acres to one of the farmers that they're leasing the ground to. The minimum acreage is 10 per preserve for row crop. Income is $3,500 per year gross income. These two preserves would meet our minimum income and acreage requirements, and your committee recommended approval of this division request. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Any comments or questions from the board?
Just going back to the question on the division, so you had said it's a 10-acre minimum, and so they're breaking it to a 20 acre, so it satisfies all the requirements that it needs to. Okay, so that was my only question. I'm good with that.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
Move to approve per staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0 on that one. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
So it is 2:14, and I'm going to go ahead and close this public hearing. All right, so going back to regular agenda, item 2.5, we're going to receive an informational presentation from HDL Companies and the auditing department on point of sales, what can be done to bring revenue to the unincorporated area, and discuss lessons learned from past county projects.
So we do have Robin as Sturdivant, and I'm sorry, Robin, if I just butchered your last name. She will be presenting from HDL. And Robin, I have your presentation, so let me know when I need to move to the next one.
Robin, you're muted. Oh, there you go.
Okay, I just saw that. I am Robin Sturdivant. I am a principal with the HDL companies. We are the county's sales and use tax consultant. We do forecasting, budgeting, audit work to make sure the county is getting all the local tax that they are entitled to. I was asked to give a presentation today on local tax and how it applies to construction contracts. So next slide, please. So local sales and use tax is applied to construction contracts, and normally construction use tax is allocated to the countywide pool where the job is being performed. So if you're not familiar, the countywide pool is a collective sort of pot of money that all the use tax that's generated in the county gets deposited into this pool, and then it's divided up among the agencies within that county. So in your case, it's Hollister, San Juan Bautista, and then the unincorporated area. And so we're talking about the local 1% tax. So for example, if you were to go to a local store and make a purchase of $100, $1 or 1% of that goes back to the county unincorporated area. And so that's the piece of tax that we're talking about today. So effective January 1st, 1995, then it was the Board of Equalization. Now it's the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. They passed a operational sort of a rule that anytime there is a construction contract over $5 million, the contractor or the subcontractor may elect to allocate this directly to the job site. There's certain criteria, but if the contractor meets that criteria, instead of that use tax going to the countywide pool, it goes directly to the host agency. So if there was something being built there within the unincorporated area of the county and the contractor elected to opt in, you would get the full benefit of that local 1% tax. So the question we always ask is, well, how much? And the problem is we don't know until bids are awarded and we know who qualifies for direct allocation and who doesn't. And so there are different types of construction contracts. A lump sum contract, which is pretty common. It means that the contractor or the sub just gives you a fixed price. I'll do all of your, structural steel for $3 million. And those aren't eligible. The reason for that is a time and material contract, which does qualify, breaks out the materials, the fixtures, the labor. So then you apply the tax to the materials, where a lump sum doesn't have anything to apply the tax to, because in most cases, the contractor or the sub has already paid tax when they have purchased that merchandise. And then here's where the confusing part comes in. So we say any contract over $5 million. So we're not talking about the prime contract or the amount it's going to cost to build the entire project. So on the little graphic I have on the screen here, in this case, the prime contract is $36 million. And if we break that down into individual contracts, we see the steel contractor is $8 million, concrete is 4.9, and HVAC is 2.3. So we want to know which one qualifies for direct allocation. Next slide. There we go. So in this case, only the structural steel contractor will qualify for direct allocation because it meets that $5 million threshold. And this is the part that I think confuses most people. And so we work really hard to manage expectations. And I know that I have been involved in projects where a developer will go in, they'll make a presentation to council or board of supervisors and say, oh, my project is worth $57 million. So you're going to get 1% of that. That's not the case. So we have to look at the individual contracts underneath that general or prime contract. And so now we want to know, just because this contractor has a contract that qualifies, that meets that threshold, will they qualify? If they need to already be registered with the CDTFA, already have an account number. It has to be the correct type of contract, a time and material. And then this is a question that got some interest. Is the project residential or commercial? So the CDTFA allocates local tax based on site address. So when we're working on a commercial project, of course, it's all going to be located at the same address. But when we come on to residential projects, housing tracts, things like that, in the end, each house will have its own specific address. So because of that, residential projects don't qualify. And as I mentioned earlier, we have to be sure that the contractor is currently registered as a retailer with the CDTFA. So I've also worked on projects where, a contractor, a sub will be pressured into getting a California resale number specifically so that they can allocate local tax directly to a job site, directly to a local agency. And in the end, that always ends up getting reversed because that's a flag for the CDTFA. So we can't ask a contractor or sub to change the way they do business specifically to qualify for our project. And again, residential versus commercial, and local taxes allocated to a local agency based on a specific job site address. And then we're often asked, so what happens when the contractor decides, okay, I'll get a construction site subpermit? It's a really simple process for them. All they have to do is make a 5-minute phone call to the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. They contact the district office that services their permit, tells them, I want a construction site subpermit. They're asked the address, what their scope of work will be, the value of their contract, and how long they anticipate their piece of the work to take place. So it's a real simple process for them. And it's even simpler when it comes time to file their return. Almost all of the taxpayers in California now do e-file. So as they're inputting the information from their quarterly taxes, they'll get a prompt that'll say how much local tax is attributable to the job site at this address. And then once that contractor or sub gets that job site subpermit, the local tax is allocated directly to the jurisdiction where that job site is being taken place. And to give you an example, say we had a contractor that the local 1% tax for their material for the job was $10,000. Now, based on how countywide pool allocations are calculated, the unincorporated county would get $2,200 without a job site subpermit. If the contractor got one, they get that full $10,000. So it can be quite impactful depending on the size of the project, how much material is involved. The rest of the money would go to San Juan Bautista, about 3%, and then the bulk of it would go to Hollister without that construction site subpermit. And that's basically how construction projects work. Now, how you can maximize is you need to work with your planning department, your permitting department, and then someone in your finance group. Together would flag those large projects when they come in, have someone in finance either reach out to us and have us assist you, or we can walk them through the process of making sure that all the contractors and subs that are registered and qualified are reporting correctly. Now, what can be done to capture the sales tax? If the individual contracts don't meet that 5 million, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. I've been asked several times, well, how do we work around it? Well, we can't really. That is the way the CDTFA operates. And again, there is not a whole lot that we can do about it. It sounds like a complicated process, but it really is very simple. If the county is interested in implementing something, we can work with staff and we can do it several different ways. We can just go ahead and do the work for you. or we can sort of have a training session with staff to explain how it works, what to look for, what steps they need to take, and in what order. Does anybody have any questions?
Is that the end of the presentation?
Yes.
So Paul, did you want to add anything or?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Joe Paul Gonzalez, County Auditor Controller. I have a, if I can distribute that. I have a copy of a quarterly report that we received from HDL concerning the SolarGen project that that was completed a few years ago down in South County, you may recall. And we specifically asked HDL to provide us with specific reporting as to how which contractors were reporting the different sales tax. So we had them track it for us so that we were, we were assured that we were getting the full amount that we were entitled to from sales tax. For those projects that, in this case, there was a development agreement with SolarGen at the time, became PV2. This is what we did to ensure that we got everything that we were entitled to.
Do we have any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we do have Elias Salinas.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is why San Benito County should be more inviting for corporations to try to do business and build here in San Benito County. That is what we need, and this is a great presentation to show you the possibility. You all are aware we need funds in San Benito County. We lack economic development. So when projects come aboard and when you start seeing this social media, the small minority that is loud, that is actually literally, because they're so loud, is deflecting businesses coming from San Benito County. So one of the defeats that was really great was the Measure R and Measure Q. That was great for San Benito County. So what is it that you can do to bring in development? Also, this subject reminds me of during COVID, we had a lot of businesses that did not have a business license. Suddenly, they started filing for business licenses because they wanted to get the PPP money. And it got contracted out, those business licenses. So if I don't know the status, I'm hoping you know the status. Those business licenses are due every single year. What is the number of business licenses that were issued at the peak of the PPP applications to what they are today? Are those same companies still in business, and are they filing for the business license? Is that revenue coming in? And how does San Benito County keep track of cottage businesses that are doing sales in San Benito County? Thank you.
I have no other public comment.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. It's been so long, I don't even remember what triggered this, to be honest. But yeah, I'd be curious about what comes to mind is actually the Amazon facilities in the city, and I'm wondering if this formula that's used are these rules? Do they apply if there's a project in the city of Hollister like that, where it would potentially go into a pool, or would all the tax revenue from something like that go to the city of Hollister?
It would depend. It would depend on what happened before the project got underway. If someone elected to get the construction site sub-permit, if not, I've worked with Amazon before on other facilities that they've built. They're not very easy to work with. So I'm guessing that for your Amazon facility, that money probably went to the countywide pools.
I appreciate that, but I would, would like some clarification at some point, just considering potentially how large of a dollar amount we're talking about with something like that. And then I just want to say on the business license tax, I agree we should be vigilant on that, and I've been outspoken consistently over the years, and hopefully we can get an update again on that and get an idea of I would like to know, I guess, more firmly, again, what percentage of businesses, because it was pretty bleak when we went through the whole COVID process and the requirement to have a business license tax. We had actually, I don't necessarily think that was PPP. I believe that was maybe it was PPP because there was ARPA and there was several layers of it. But
CRF.
Yeah, I
CRF.
do remember that we did require that. I think it was a good idea, and so she's right. They did sort of the flood of applications for business licenses, and some still didn't even want to do it, even though they were being offered tens of thousands or thousands of dollars, and didn't want to pay whatever it is, a couple $100 fee. So I do think I would like to stay on top of the business license tax issue, just to make sure everybody's on the same playing field. But I appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Supervisor Crowe?
Council, if I'm going off topic, I think you said it's okay if I ask this question, but if I go off topic and you have to stop me, please stop me. But so Joe Paul, we talked about sales tax and unincorporated sales tax versus city sales tax. And I gave the example of buying a car and being charged Hollister sales tax, or it was a car from out of state. And buying that car from out of state, they charged Hollister sales tax, and I live in the unincorporated area, and we had to fight with them to get the unincorporated rate. Does HDL monitor our sales that are happening in the unincorporated area and ensuring that we're getting the revenue in the unincorporated area for sales tax versus the city of Hollister?
Are you looking for me to answer?
You or Joe Paul, either one. I don't
It'd be
mind.
best if Robin answered that question.
Yes, we do. We do look at that money quarterly as it comes in from the CDTFA. I do want to say though that on a car purchase where you encounter a situation like you encounter, that we cannot track. We simply look at the retailer, the car dealership, and make sure that they're reporting tax to the agency that they are located in. How the dealership reports it after that, we can't access that data and we don't have control of that.
So if we're dealing with online purchases and we put in our address and it says Hollister and they're charging us a Hollister tax, but we live in the unincorporated area, is there a way to monitor that?
There is not, unfortunately. All we get as far as our data from the CDTFA is we get the sales and use tax data from the business aspect, what they paid, where that business is located. We don't get the customer detail information. That's all confidential.
So we could, in essence, be missing out on unincorporated tax that should be coming to us that's going to the city of Hollister. I'm hypothetically.
Hypothetically, yes. It doesn't happen very often, but hypothetically, yes, it's a possibility.
I can tell you, I can go online and I get the Hollister tax every time, and I live in the unincorporated area. So, is there any? Is this something maybe that we could discuss offline, either with our lobbyist, and kind of look at what can we do to ensure that we're actually getting our tax?
Yeah.
Thank you, Robin. I really appreciate all your info.
Sure.
So when I first read this, I needed a little bit of clarification. So I understand that this 5 million only applies to commercial building, correct?
Correct.
Is there anything, so I'm just thinking, Santana Ranch, San Juan Oaks, some of these large developments that are going to be bringing in millions of dollars in materials. Is there any way that, is there any way for us to capture? I realize we can't go through it this legal way, but is there a way that we could write it into the development agreements or something like that, that we require them to use the point of sale, the location for San Benito County, rather than it going to their corporate location and another county benefiting from all of the sales tax and the millions of dollars of material that people are purchasing? The impact is on this community, right? Building all these homes, but the benefit is not here. The benefit of the sales tax is going somewhere else. So is there something creatively that we can do to capture? I get we can't, under this scenario, we can't capture the sales tax this way, but is there something locally that we could do that when it's over a certain, I'm not looking at making sure that, we're making things more complicated for somebody building a family home or something, but I think anytime we get into a subdivision, is there something that we can do to make sure that we're reaping the benefits, not just the impacts? And so I don't know what we can do, but just throwing it out there, is there something, for a rural community like ours, it's really hard. And so I'm just wondering, is there something that locally we could do where we just say?
I would say that's a Robin question. Robin?
Okay.
Can you?
Unfortunately, there's not. This is the way that the CDTFA set up this use tax program. And there at this point in time are no exceptions to that. There have been attempts in the past to lower that $5 million threshold to say like $1 million so that more contractors or subs will qualify for that direct allocation. But so far it hasn't gotten a lot of backing. And the reason for that is if you've got a medium size or a larger size contractor that has projects up and down the state, the thought is that you're creating a burden for that taxpayer to have to, break all that out by individual address locations all over the state.
I don't know. I mean, I see for a subdivision, they're all in the same location. I just think, and maybe we can't do something statewide, but is there something here locally that we could do where we have an ordinance or some sort of policy that when you're doing a subdivision that we require, it's in their development agreement or something like that, that we require here locally?
The one thing you could do, and I don't know how impactful it would be, is you could get the contractors and subs to agree to purchase their materials locally, but I don't know what you have available there as far as, construction materials.
That's the problem, is we're such a rural community, we don't have a lot of selections for, they could probably purchase some, but they wouldn't be able to purchase everything here locally. There has to be something we can do.
Yeah, nothing. I know people have tried before, and so far nothing's been effective. And the response that I've most often heard from the CDTFA is you can't create an ordinance to get around sales and use tax law or an operating procedures.
Well, I think it's a great task that we have this new lobbyist, and I think it's one of the first tasks that we put in front of him is how do we manage this? And I think not only taking it to our lobbyists, but I also think like taking it to RCRC, because we can't be the only rural community that is dealing with this issue. And, I feel like we're just being crippled more and more and more. And so we deserve more. And so I think this is worth doing whatever we can to see if there's anything we can do to kind of change things. And especially because it sounds like anything going to 95023 or 95024, the city of Hollister is reaping those benefits, not the county.
There is a city managers working group that has been addressing issues like this. And I know that, you're a county, not a city, but it may be worth reaching out to see where they're going with it, if they've gotten any traction, what you could do to assist in that effort. Might be something for your lobbyist to be involved with as well.
The group again, Robin?
City Managers Working Group. I can, once we're offline, I can get you some contact information and email it over.
That'd be great.
That
Ray
would be
Espinoza, CAO, and copy Dulce Alonso. Yep. Thanks.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Ray Espinoza.
Okay.
And also Dulce Alonso.
Got it.
Yep. Thanks.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
And not to think totally out of the box, but I mean, if we can't go around to get it the way the state's intended it, could we do something at a, I guess it would be at a federal level, because we're talking about zip codes. If we had an unincorporated zip code, that would divide us from the city of Hollister, or makes the city of Hollister get its own zip code. But having a way where it would differentiate unincorporated to incorporated, that makes it very simple and it's not a burdensome upon the business. Just a thought outside the box, trying to come up with an idea.
Makes sense.
Yeah, we're going to really turn this into a big thing. We're going to really complicate it for our residents. Now you have a new zip code. I appreciate the presentation. I think there's a lot of work that maybe we can do to, I don't know, make what's right ours. So thank you for the presentation. I don't think you're looking for, I mean, I think we've.
It was just a presentation.
Yeah, just the presentation, and I think we've given enough kind of
feedback.
direction. Obviously, something we really should be working on, and at some point maybe bring back. But right now, we know where things stand. Thank you, Robin, so much for giving us the presentation.
Thank you for
Answering all
having
of our
me.
questions. Joe
If I-
Paul, thank
If I
you.
could just add that the question that was brought up by Supervisor Kosmicki concerning the Amazon distribution center, I had the same question that I asked our HDL representative, and I'm supposed to get a report back here in January on that question, because the first answer was, they didn't know, because it really depends upon how the distribution center is owned. It has to do with a lot to do with that. If it's basically owned by Amazon, then yeah, basically the city of Hollister would get, basically sales taxes generated from that facility. But they did not believe that was the case, and I'll know more in January about that, and I can put an item on the consent agenda to inform the board of what the results are.
Thank you very much. Anything else? No? Okay. Okay, at this time, let's go back to the consent agenda items that were pulled. We'll start with 1.3. Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes. Microphone. Yeah, so I had some questions on this, and maybe the staff report, maybe I'm just not getting the clarity from that, but the way I'm reading it is that the original contract for Granicus, which oversaw the redesign of the website and maintenance for the I believe it was for 5-year term, and that total was $42,000 around.
It was for 3 years, and it included the initial redesign.
Right, exactly. So that was 42,000.
Correct.
And now they're coming back for a 3-year renewal.
Yeah.
That's costing $70-something thousand.
No.
Okay.
So let me
Because that's okay.
Let me clarify that part. So the renewal is $5,000, a little over $5,000 a year for the next 3 years. So that's about $16,000 for the renewal. We want them to do some customization to our website. That includes adding, we have to transition to Gov, our domain to a .gov website. So it includes changing that. We want to add a how-to section for the public to easily navigate through our website. There's a few other pages we requested of them that would cost us $12,000 because their engineers would do coding and change that on our behalf, something we don't have the specialty to do on our own. So total would be $28,000 for the next 3 years.
But okay, yeah, I appreciate that because it does
I know
specifically stated that it's 70, and that gave me
total. So that would be for the total 6 years. So we've already paid 40. So our contract ends December 31st of this year.
Okay, so it's just a misunderstanding clarity issue on that part.
And maybe it
because
could have
that would have
been-
been an alarming number for me, considering the redesign and the maintenance was 40-something, and now we're talking 70 just to maintain, basically, with some little
Yeah.
things that they're adding. So I'm not going to cause a huge stink about it, but I will say $12,000 for, it's 12,000. It's not the end of the world, but replacing the logo. Look, I've done websites before. They probably don't want to hear that, but replacing a logo of 150th anniversary is a matter of minutes. Unless there's something I'm missing there, it's going into the system and putting a picture in. So, addition of Service Finder. How can I guess I would have preferred maybe some more information on it. I should have asked in advance of what is it. Basically, these 4 bullet points that they're doing for $12,000. They're adding a couple tiles on the thing, and
Yeah, we're adding.
like a lot of money for what they're doing. That's all. And I know it's only $12,000, and in the hindsight, it's only. But $12,000 is still a lot of money to me. And I remember I made a stink about the video several years back that was $20,000. So yeah, I was just curious on how we come up with $12,000 to do a few adjustments.
So the way their platform is used, it's not user friendly where we're able just to switch out a logo. They have to encode, do a new code and change the formatting of the coding of the website. So they have to develop I don't know what the technical term is, but something that our IT cannot do in-house, and neither can the analyst. So I agree. It's a few things for.
But I would have preferred, just for maybe for the future, having an estimate of time, because for us, we're not, this isn't our area generally. So to see logo replacement, these 4 things, $12,000. I think the amount of time that they're taking, because it's a service, they're not providing a product, they're just providing a service. They're providing time for a service. And so if it takes 12 hours, then I know it's $1,000 an hour. Or if it takes, 6 hours, obviously, then I know it's $2,000 an hour. So that might be a better way of doing these sorts of explaining these going forward, just because I really don't have a hand. Again, $12,000 is not going to kill us, but it does seem like a lot of money to me for a few adjustments to the website. That's all. But I'll support it. Thanks. Yeah, motion to approve as recommended.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? 5-0. Thank you. Next one, 1.5, Supervisor Zinger and Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so this was the impact fees report, and so I just had a question about something, and I talked to the CAOs about it, but I just want to put it out there for public. So if you look at all the fees and you look at the beginning of the year and the end of the year, they're almost all positive until you get to the traffic facilities. You end up with a deficiency of like almost 3.7 million. And so I was just hoping we could talk about why we're losing so much right there, what happened there, what the situation is. I don't know who'd best to explain it. But.
I can report out. I helped gather the numbers, and we also have our consultant online. His name is Carlos, who worked on this one. But part of it went to a payment for 156 for the expansion, and it was coming out of the impact fee. Currently, it doesn't have the full amount yet. So as money comes in with new developers, it would come to not be negative.
Okay, so it won't be a negative, it won't be a deficiency?
As we collect more impact fees.
Right. Like fees that we're already planning to collect, or like hypothetical fees?
I guess hypothetical fees.
Okay. Okay, and then what happened with 156 as far as the price changing? Did we have to pay more at some point?
That I don't have the details on.
I'll go ahead and, sometime back, there was a 156, there was design work, and there was an allocation of required funding that the city of Hollister, the county of San Benito, COG has been spearheading the 156 project. And we have a maintenance of effort. Caltrans is covering a big portion of it, but the maintenance of effort, or our portion, would be taken out of impact fees. So that's what those That's what that page is. It has the calculations of what we're receiving for 156 as an example. We can just share with you that there was an increase in our obligation because of the floods this last year. They had to do a recalc because there was some issues, so they actually had to make some adjustments with that. I don't know the exact cost other than just talking to Benito that there was going to be an increased obligation on our part to come up with, and so the impact fees were going to be impacted directly with that increased cost. Ultimately, we're going to continue receiving impact fees, and it ultimately, I think what Dulce is saying is it'll eventually, wash out with more we receive. It'll cover those costs. But I think does that answer your question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
And I don't know if I know we have, what's the gentleman's name? Carlos. Hey, Carlos. Do you want to add anything further to that particular item?
No, I think what Dulce said was correct. If you have a negative fund balance, it is acceptable to borrow between funds and other funding sources. So it is not uncommon to have a negative funding source. And then the idea is that over time, future development impact fee revenue would make that fund whole again. And then beyond that, I can't speak to the 156 improvements other than we have the latest allocations from the COG showing the county responsibility and documenting that that's where the county will that's where the county has spent the fee revenue in the past year, and the county will continue to meet its obligation.
Can I make a comment? And I think you nailed it with what the problem was with 156 is it was because of the storms. They had to do lime treatment.
Yes.
And I got to tell you, I'm not on COG, I don't know, but I have a construction husband. And I'm driving down 156 and he's looking at the volume of lime treatment that they had to put on that road, and he just went cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. And I was like, how much money is that going to cost us? He goes, a lot more money than you're expecting. But in order to keep construction moving forward, they had to do the lime treatment. And unfortunately, Caltrans doesn't ask us, if I know correctly. They tell us. So that's where I think that big increase came from.
And that's absolutely right. That's ultimately what happened because of the floods, and to keep on target with timing and other things, and to make some adjustments to deal with that as well, because I think the flooding was occurring, and to make some adjustments within the height and everything else. So thank goodness, even on this change, they did talk to us about the using contingency, but if it goes over, someone's going to have to cover the costs, and it's going to most likely be us and the city probably have to share in those costs if it goes beyond the contingency budget.
That's exactly what it was for Supervisor Curro. It was a $3.8 million additional expense that wasn't budgeted in there because of the rains and the floods and the lime treatment for the road. That's what it was. This is coming back to us in January, right, as a public hearing? Is this?
So today is an introduction. It has to be made available to the public for at least 15 days, and it will be adopted for in the first meeting in January.
Okay.
Also separate from this, Carlos is also working on another updating our impact fees. So he is currently also parallel working on a report evaluating our current fees to change them per square feet. So that's something else you guys will come back to this board as a whole separate from this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm just wondering if Caltrans is going to pay for a certain portion of our county road improvements when we go through those, but just a soapbox comment. Thank you.
Would someone like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to continue to January meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0. So that concludes our agenda. We did, at the beginning of the meeting, we said we were going to close the meeting in memory of Assistant Assessor Roy Lewis. So maybe if we can take a moment to honor him. Okay, if someone would like to make a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0. Thank you all.